impossible to acquire. We're talking about unicorn wines, legendary vintages, stuff that no one had seen in decades. And no one could figure out where it was all coming from. But this got him into a private wine tasting group called the Angry Men's Club, a sort of fight club for billionaires with wine cellars. Once a month, they all got together, and one guy would bring an astoundingly rare bottle, sometimes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, while everyone else just brought junk wines. Hence, he'd be the angry man. Rudy, when hosting, always impressed with a rare vintage. But he had another talent too. He had the best palate of any of them, could break a wine down like a chemist, pinpoint specific grapes, regions, dissect exactly what went into it and when. And to wine enthusiasts, the only way to acquire this skill was to have tasted thousands of bottles. Specific grapes, regions, dissect exactly what went into it and when. And to wine enthusiasts, the only way to dissect exactly what went into it and when. And to wine enthusiasts, the only way to acquire this skill was to have tasted thousands of bottles. It added to his mystique. Within the California wine scene, he became stuff of legend. Soon enough, everyone knew his name. They wanted him at their parties, and he was inviting them to his own. But no one really knew him. People wonder what his background was, where he came from, how he got into wine. People were assuming that he must have come from an incredibly rich family in Asia. There was even rumors that his family owned all of the Heineken distribution for China. Rudy himself would tell people that he was on a $1 million month allowance to buy wine, and people would see him spending this at auctions. It was no secret. But otherwise, when asked about his family or personal life, he completely shut down, said it's private, refused to elaborate. Rudy was a complete mystery. Even his name wasn't totally legit. Rudy Kurniawan, who was so close to a famous Indonesian badminton player. The crazy thing is, all this mystery surrounding him actually made him even more popular. He was just as mysterious and exclusive as the wine bottles they collected. For a few people though, it was strange. They knew him in the early days, or were at least aware of him, before he was hosting these private wine tastings or rubbing shoulders with celebrities, before his spending exploded at auctions. Back when Rudy was just a quiet guy at the back of wine auctions, buying cheap bottles, watching, studying. But now, by the time he was hosting his own auctions, they wonder, how did this guy go from that to selling millions of dollars in wine? And to answer that question, we have to go way back to Jakarta, Indonesia.
When we drink wine, we don't look at the price value, you know, we look at what we get from the wine, the excitement, you know.
Rudy was born on October 10th, 1976 in Jakarta, Indonesia, into a Chinese family at a time when that was a dangerous thing to be. His real name wasn't Rudy. It was Zhen Wang Wang. But in Indonesia, being ethnically Chinese meant you were treated like a second-class citizen. See, 10 years before he was born, the government had pushed a law that encouraged Chinese Indonesians to adopt local-sounding names. This was out of fear of communism and foreign influence, so his dad went with this name, but it didn't fix anything. The discrimination didn't go away. To ensure their safety, Rudy's family lived in a walled compound. Not wanting Rudy to live in constant fear, they sent him away to Singapore for his schooling. But throughout his childhood, it just seemed like he never really had a true home. He was too Chinese for Indonesia and too Indonesian for China. All that he really had was his family. Once he graduated high school, Rudy followed his brother to California. At first, he went to university in Sacramento, but then transferred to California State at Northridge to finish his degree. He lived with his brother the whole time. After Rudy graduated, he stayed in California, doing odd accounting jobs here and there, but beneath it all, he was already hiding something, because Rudy's student visa had expired. He was staying in the US illegally. He couldn't leave without risking being barred from coming back, and he desperately wanted to go back home to his mom and dad, but by the time the severe ethnic riots against the Chinese broke out in Indonesia and Rudy's mother fled to live in America with them, he was locked in. Unfortunately, Rudy's father never came. He decided to remain overseas for his business, but he was privileged enough to have the resources to visit America often. And it was on one of these visits in 1999 that Rudy discovered his passion for wine. Rudy was throwing his dad a birthday celebration at the San Francisco Fisherman's Wharf. To treat his dad, he decided to buy him the most expensive wine on the menu, a 1996 Opus wine. Rudy had never
So I'm just, you know, preparing to edit the video, and I want to make some screenshots. And I opened the website, and Yannick, I would actually need you to confirm if you got the same website idea. Can you go to the revify.cz?
Yeah, man, I'm looking at it.
I mean, like, this usually, or it is sometimes happens after we, you know, publish a video, but not in the middle of filming it, basically.
But this has nothing to do with us because we filmed the episode on the 12th of June and they canceled. They stopped working on the 11th, so the day before. So this has nothing to do with us asking them questions.
We can solve a problem that affects your business most, and those are negative reviews.
Rudy started to attend local wine tastings at Red Carpet Liquor, an old liquor store in LA that actually was one of the filming locations for the movie Crazy Stupid Love. Rudy, being only in his early 20s at the time, was often the youngest person there. We know the hobby is basically an old boys club, but he was young, charismatic, and most importantly, a tasting prodigy. People noticed that he was unbelievably accurate in his wine palate, and this got him a lot of attention. I think he got addicted to the attention because it allowed him to hang out with these mind-numbingly wealthy people and be the center of their focus. But having a good palate and attending local wine tastings wasn't enough to really cement him within this community. Wasn't getting invited to their parties just yet. He had to prove his worth, get more integrated into the community. So Rudy started attending and bidding in wine auctions. At first, it was a few $1,000s here and there, but by 2003, his spending exploded. Millions of dollars a year on wine. Nobody knew exactly where the money was coming from. I have some ideas. There's some secrets about his family that couldn't have been traced back through his assumed last name. See, Rudy wasn't the first fraudster in his family. His uncle, Hendra Raharja, was a well-connected banker back in Indonesia. In the late 90s, he siphoned a reported $600 million out of Bank Harapan Sentosa. It was one of the biggest financial scandals in the country's history. He fled to Australia, lived in luxury until he died of a heart attack in 2003 while fighting extradition. He never faced trial, never paid a cent back. Another uncle, Eddie Tansel, pulled the big dirty too, embezzled $420 million from a state-run bank, got sentenced to 17 years. But after only serving 2, in 1996, he escaped through bribes. Then, in 1998, a report came out that he was running a beer company in China. Indonesia has tried to get him extradited with no luck. Today, he is thought to be living in Macau, but a beer company? That's really curious. I mean, this guy would have the connections for labels, bottles, corks that could be useful for someone trying to manufacture fake knockoffs of rare wines. As for Rudy's dad, he was running some sort of importation business, but as far as I can tell, there's no real public information on exactly what the business activities were. Indonesian business records are scattered. He certainly wasn't the face of like a big public company though. But this is the kind of family that Rudy came from. Bank scammer. That knew how to embezzle and disappear when they needed to. But of course, the wine snobs weren't looking this deep. Some just assumed that it was family wealth, others didn't ask. But because he was spending so much on wine, he started to get invited to more and more high-end wine tastings with even more affluent guests. The more expensive the wine, the more attention he received, and the more his reputation kept spreading. He got more access, started to be invited to private dinners, better wine, bigger names. He even started hosting his own parties. One birthday dinner he threw for his mom had Jackie Chan there as a guest who stood up and personally toasted Rudy. According to Rudy, that was the best night of his life. But the more wine Rudy bought, he started realizing that he was coming across quite a lot of forgeries. Counterfeiting has actually been a problem in the vintage wine world for a long time. Basically, every collector knew that somewhere in their wine cellar, there was a few forged bottles that they don't know about, just waiting to be discovered. But it was kind of part of the sport. These wines are decades, sometimes centuries old. Many of the people who enjoyed the wines originally are long gone. Likewise, the memory of how those wines tasted has been completely lost to time. That meant that it was almost impossible to truly authenticate a rare wine bottle. And if you decided that you wanted to, you'd have to go and find multiple different experts that specialize in different parts of the bottle. The labels, the wax, the cork, the glass. Every part of the wine had to be examined, and this takes a lot of time, energy, money. Most collectors, they were hoping that the auction houses had done their due diligence for them. When people actually did find fakes in their collection, they'd keep it to themselves. Usually they would simply put it back on the market, hoping that some other poor fool would take it off their hands. Or if they had only noticed after opening it and pouring a glass, they would brag about how bad the fake was, how it didn't get past them, how it tastes nothing like the real version they had enjoyed before. The truth was, while they may have lost thousands of dollars, the majority of those involved in this hobby, they're wealthy, they're drinking it right, and so they don't care about the money. Well, that's not totally true. Some people do invest into wine, hoping that it'll appreciate in value over the years, and of course, if a bunch of fakes are flooding the market, it's counterproductive to that. So there's a small group that really do look at bottles with a critical eye. That being said, not all counterfeit wine was created equal. For Rudy, he knew that a few fakes were bound to slip into his collection. It was part of the game, and honestly, he was fine with that. But what bothered him the most was when he opened a bottle and found garbage. Fakes filled with cheap bottom shelf wine or just dyed water. Some of them even had bits of trash and debris floating inside. And to someone like Rudy, who genuinely cared about the taste, that was unforgivable. And he knew this was a sloppy job because they could have blended different wines together to make it pass as if it was the real thing. But whoever was making these must have lacked the palate to do so. And Rudy knew he could do better. But he didn't want to dupe the community that had pulled him out of his slump. Something was going to need to push him to do that. Speaking of crimes, not knowing how to code in 2025 is a big one. That's where today's sponsor comes in, BootDev. With BootDev, it's easier than ever to learn backend web development in Python and Go. Their platform teaches you the fundamentals the right way by getting your hands on the keyboard and writing a ton of code. It's set up like a role-playing game that tracks your progress with quests, achievements, XPs, and levels, so you have an endless amount of dopamine to keep you going, while at the same time preparing yourself for a potential new career path at your own pace. A true testament to their platform is how active their Discord server is. You can always get in there and ask for help. They've also got the AI wizard bear that's trained on each lesson, and he can help you get unstuck using the Socratic teaching method, so he'll ask you questions that will lead you towards the answer without just giving it away so you actually learn. Better yet, if you're not totally sure that coding is right for you, don't worry, because there's a free demo of every course and its interactive features, plus a 30-day, no questions asked refund policy to get your money back. So go to boot.dev to try out the course for free. Then use my code CRUMB to get 25% off your entire first year if you choose the annual plan. That's an amazing deal by an amazing company. Thank you, BootDev. Before Rudy ever faked the label, he was playing games with the market. By this time, his spending at auctions had ramped up. He wanted to be a big player. Part of it was building his own collection, part of it was to acquire rare wines for the Angry Men's Club. But Rudy wasn't just collecting, he was also manipulating the market. He'd find a vintage that he liked, maybe one with a decent reputation but not too much heat on it, then he'd buy every single bottle he could get his hands on, drained the auctions dry. Suddenly, collectors who once ignored the wine started noticing that it was nowhere to be found. Scarcity created buzz, people assumed that it was about to spike in value because why else would someone be buying them all? Then a few weeks later, Rudy would flip the exact same bottles back to the auction house he bought them from, only this time for a much higher price. The auction house would hype it up as a sleeper vintage, exploding in value, and rich collectors, desperate to not miss out, would bid it up even further. Nothing illegal about this, it's actually pretty smart, but despite creating artificial scarcity, Rudy was starting to run into some scarcity problems of his own. The Angry Men's Club and other wine tasting events he would attend and host, well, he had built a reputation of impressing, and it was becoming harder and harder for Rudy to actually find real authentic rare bottles of wine. And he felt like he needed rare finds if he wanted to stay relevant. By this time, Rudy also had adopted the image that he was an expert on fake wines.
You know, you always want to be careful with this online auctions because you never know the provenance. They just want to sell. Sometimes if they doubt the bottle, they put the picture of it. So you be the judge. Okay. You look at the picture, you want it, you take it, you need it.
Naturally, buying so much, he had many fakes in his own collection. But as he was looking at them, he realized he could do better. Could manufacture a collection of fake vintages that any collector would dream of. First, he started saving empty wine bottles from different tastings. Then, using his incredible palate, would fill them with newer, less expensive wines, blending them together to taste almost identical to that of the original. Other times, he would buy partially filled bottles and recondition them. Reconditioning is like a legitimate technique used by the original chateaus, that's the wineries, in which they take a wine bottle that's already been opened and partially filled and then top it up with wines of the same or newer vintage to protect the wine from oxidization. The bottle is then recorked and sometimes rewaxed, but always labeled with a note or a stamp indicating that it's been reconditioned. Importantly, this has to happen by the original winery. Collectors typically do not recondition bottles themselves because it would immediately call into question the wine's authenticity. But Rudy knew no one was gonna know. These are the low-hanging grapes, if you will, of the wine faking world, refilling bottles, and this is how Rudy got his start, mainly to expand his personal wine cellar and remain relevant. Occasionally, he would sell off a few bottles here and there, but at the time he wasn't exactly known as a huge wine seller. And we see this at parties. Rudy would pull out the bottle, take the first taste, and say, "Oh, this is a fake."
Really, it's a hard.
Ah, big bottle's cork, man.
No, I'm just kidding.
love doing that shit.
But he's just tricking everyone there. I don't know if this bottle in this clip is a fake, but if it was, man, that's a level of arrogance. Either way, Rudy got away with this, and I'm sure that gave him a level of confidence. But it was still small-scale stuff. Soon, it was going to spiral into a full-on production, having fake bottles, labels, corks, and seals manufactured to fake millions of dollars in the rarest wines at an industrial scale, because Rudy was about to meet a man named John Capon. Acker, Merrill & Condit is a wine store in New York, one of the oldest in America, founded in 1820. But when John Capon took over from his dad, he wanted to shake things up, modernize it, and he had a plan: fine wine auctions. These could be insanely lucrative. Auction houses could take anywhere from 5 to 20% in fees, sometimes on both sides of the deal. But there was one problem. At the time, Acker was the lowest ranked auction house in the world. If John wanted to compete with the giants like Sotheby's or Christie's, he needed a show-stopping auction, someone with a world-class collection willing to sell it off. Luckily for John, he knew just the man, Rudy. So John started asking him, subtle at first. Finally, Rudy bid, but not to do a public auction, just a few small private sales that Acker was going to facilitate. This is where Rudy would meet Bill Koch, a billionaire heir to an oil empire. This guy seriously had a cellar in his house that looks like a museum. 43,000 bottles in this thing. Many historic and priceless, of course. Actually, at many of the auctions that Rudy was attending, one of Bill's representatives would be right next to him trying to outbid him. Often it came down to Rudy and Bill Koch's representative. But now, Rudy was selling off a few of the bottles, many real, some fake, and it went well. But for John, who had no idea, this still wasn't good enough. He needed Rudy to do something bigger, a public auction with thousands of bottles. In 2006, Rudy finally agreed, and on April 25th, it finally came to life. Acker called it the Cellar, a once-in-a-generation wine collection. The catalog over 1,000 pages, and boy, were these auctions special, because John treated them like a giant party. They were rowdy, loud, boozy, guys screaming across the room, drowning vintages mid-bid. At one point, John had to pipe up and say, "Hey, shut the heck up," so he could keep calling out the auctions. And the people loved it. He was an amazing seller, paired with an even more amazing collection. They made $24.7 million in a single night. Acker exploded overnight. They went from bottom of the barrel, literally last in the rankings, to the #1 wine auction house in the world. John started getting interviews on the news.
He is the CEO of Acker, Merrill & Condit, and this year he has auctioned off more than $100 million, the first wine house to do so. John Capon joining me. So you can't whine about that revenue rate. Get it, wine. John, you're going to leave now, aren't you? All right, well, it's been a pretty crazy...
And for Rudy, it turned him from a collector into a kingmaker. He had literally made Acker. And now, John had to keep him around by any means possible. For a while, their partnership looked unstoppable. Between Rudy's collection and John's marketing, they moved $35 million worth of wine, over 14,000 bottles just in 2006 through a series of auctions. What Rudy told everyone was that most of the wines in his lot were purchased from prior auctions, that they'd been sitting in his cellar untouched. And this was true for thousands of the bottles, but for thousands more, they had been faked. He had long since expanded past just refilling old bottles. He was now manufacturing them almost from the ground up. He had deals with restaurants to send him their empties, would tell them that they were for different photo shoots. Whenever he was attending tastings and parties, he insisted on bringing the empties home, and his excuse was he liked to write notes on them so he could remember what they tasted like. But Rudy was actually taking all of these bottles he was sourcing and soaking them in his kitchen sink to remove the old labels. He had partnered up with someone he knew in Indonesia to print off authentic reproductions of labels and stickers for more expensive wines. He would then carefully apply those by hand to his soaked bottles, fill them up with a mix of other wines that would taste very close to what it was supposed to contain, and then finally recork them using a period-accurate cork and wax seal, using a specially made stamp to match the original. These recreations were so accurate, it was nearly impossible to tell them apart from a real bottle without advanced forensics. It was clear that Rudy was putting a lot of time and effort into this. Absolutely nobody noticed that many of these bottles in the 2006 auctions were actually just made in his kitchen. And since their relationship was going so well, John started offering Rudy loans in advance on future wine auctions, millions in cash lent out for bottles to be sold at a later date. This is actually a tactic often used by auction houses houses. For Acker and John, it was a guarantee that Rudy kept selling the wine with them instead of going to another auction house. But it also put a lot of pressure on Rudy. There was uncertainty around what the bottles would actually sell for. He could end up owing Acker money. He would promise them bottles that he didn't actually have made yet. And Rudy, now more than ever, actually needed the money, because being the young wine prodigy wasn't cheap. Rudy had got caught up in playing the part, trying to keep up with the actual billionaires he was surrounded by. He was buying luxury cars, including a Bugatti. He got himself a very nice mansion, was spending tens of thousands on these dinners he was hosting, suits, watches, the whole shebang. He got carried away, was spending it faster than he was making it, faster than he could get it on loan. Acker was keeping him afloat. But by 2007, it seems that his bank ran dry. He owed millions to Acker, his source of funds from his family seems to have been cut off, so he starts asking for loans from his incredibly wealthy wine-loving friends. And when they don't immediately give him some cash, he sways them with some rare bottles of wine. But even these weren't enough. He took out another $3 million with fine art. The funds from his family seems to have been cut off, so he starts asking for loans from his incredibly wealthy wine-loving friends. And when they don't immediately give him some cash, he sways them with some rare bottles of wine. But even these weren't enough. He took out another $3 million with fine art capital, completely lied on the application, claimed that he didn't owe any other loans, but at this time he actually owed around $11.5 million. And as collateral, Rudy put up 25 pieces of priceless art that he had probably bought with more loan money. But none of this was enough. Rudy needed more money to maintain his lifestyle inflation. So it's around this time that he goes back to John, gives him a list of wines, an astoundingly rare collection, ones that to John probably seemed like Rudy had been holding on to, but now that he was desperate, he was going to let them go. They set the auction date for April 25th, 2008. 1 year away. It was going to be the most impressive auction yet. But now came the hard part, because Rudy didn't actually have any of these wines. He had to make all of them within the year. And so he was going to spend the entirety of 2007 creating fake bottle after fake bottle to bring to that auction. Meanwhile, Bill had just discovered something that was going to put more attention than ever on Rudy. In 2006, while Rudy was busy pasting on fake labels in his kitchen, Bill discovered that his collection was contaminated. He had bought 4 bottles of wine, supposedly owned by Thomas Jefferson, for $100,000 apiece through a well-respected auction house sold by someone other than Rudy. Auction houses are meant to do their due diligence in ensuring that the bottles are real, but after buying them, Bill discovered that they were clearly fakes. Under a microscope, it was found that the name had been etched into the glass using a modern-day Dremel. Bill didn't like being duped, and now he wondered if these fakes had made it into his cellar, what else could be hiding down there? So he hired a team of private investigators, literally ex-FBI agents, forensic experts, wine historians, to inspect every single bottle that he owned. And what they found? Glue that didn't exist in the 1800s, labels that came off laser printers before laser printers ever existed, bottles with vintages that wineries had never even produced. By the end of the audit, Bill's team had flagged over 400 bottles as confirmed counterfeits, worth more than $4 million. And while the vast majority of these weren't tied to Rudy, he certainly got Bill's attention, because 5 of the fake bottles were, and he had just recently purchased them through those private sales that Acker was making with Rudy to Bill. And so Bill had his people file lawsuits against Rudy and Acker. He wanted the money back, but still, it wasn't clear to Bill if Rudy was just a victim himself. I mean, Bill still had 395 more fake bottles in his collection. Surely Rudy would have accidentally acquired some fakes too, since he was a serious collector. There was plausible deniability here, but what's important is that Bill wanted answers to where these fake bottles were coming from in the first place, and he would be looking towards Rudy to give him information on where he acquired these fake bottles. Meanwhile, Rudy wasn't slowing down. None of this scared him. If anything, he was trying to outdo himself to meet the demand for his upcoming blowout auction. Because the hype around his collections meant that every new auction had to be bigger, louder, more outrageous, plus he needed the money really bad. And under that pressure, he started getting sloppy. 107 bottles of wine from Domaine Ponceau were supposed to be the centerpiece, but some of the bottles were off. labels with years for when they were supposedly made that couldn't have been possible. Somewhere along the way, he had messed up his research. Rudy was actually using computers quite heavily to make these fakes, researching labels, recreating the designs, but the internet in 2008, well, maybe he read a Wikipedia article with some bad information. But the auction house hadn't noticed. And these are big productions to put together. As they got closer and closer to the date, the wines were taken in, each one photographed and then put together into a massive auction brochure, showing each wine in detail, then sent out to attract buyers. Still, no one noticed the impossible wines. Till one of those catalogs made it into the hands of French winemaker Laurent Ponceau. Remember, the centerpiece of this auction was 107 bottles of wine from Domaine Ponceau, Laurent's family winery. Laurent is the 4th generation head of Domaine Ponceau, a historic Burgundy estate that has been producing some of the rarest and most sought-after wines in the world for over 150 years. This was his family's history, and boy, did he know it well. So when he saw 107 bottles in Rudy's auction, he studied the listings closely because immediately things weren't adding up. First, Laurent spotted a 1929 Clos de la Roche. One problem, Domaine Ponceau didn't start estate bottling until 1934. Then he noticed several bottles of Clos Saint-Denis, allegedly vintaged from the 40s through the 70s, but Domaine didn't even make these wines until 1982. Laurent was beyond offended. This wasn't just a bottle or two of fakes, this was over $600,000 worth of wine. Because after close examination, he found that all 107 bottles were totally fake. At first, he called Acker, informing them that there were multiple fraudulent bottles for auction in their next lot. But then, a little voice in his head said that Acker wasn't going to take him seriously. Didn't seem like they were going to pull them from the auction. So he hopped on the next plane from France to New York, just to make sure that nobody would get scammed. He sat at the back of the auction room. Nobody noticed that he was there, but the room was rowdy, packed with wealthy bidders. They were all drinking. But when the first bottle of Ponceau went up for auction, Laurent stood up. He demanded that every single one of his bottles be withdrawn. The room went silent. John Capon was stunned. Then, reluctantly, he slammed the gravel. They removed the bottles from the auction. For Rudy, this was a disaster beyond embarrassing. Ponceau, the family heir, was there in person, calling him out for putting fake wines to auction. At the time, nobody knew where these fake bottles came from, but Rudy somehow had them, and a lot of them, and put them up. And so gossip naturally spiraled out of control throughout the wine community. Everyone began to wonder if the wines they shared over the years with Rudy were even real. If Rudy was willing to fake Ponceau, one of the most revered names in Burgundy, what else had he faked? But still, no one was quite sure because they still didn't know where the bottles came from. And Rudy would start making some pretty good excuses. Nothing had been proven, but for Laurent, he was going to get to the bottom of it. The next day, Laurent invited Rudy out for lunch. His idea was to treat Rudy like a friend, thinking it would make it easier to get information out of him. He asked Rudy point blank, where did the wines come from? Rudy squirmed, tried to dodge the question, apparently looked incredibly uncomfortable, like he had been caught in a lie. Said he didn't know that he buys so much wine that he'll need to check his records and get back to him. Laurent knew that this was all he would get for now, but that was okay because he was going to play the long game. He was going to become Rudy's best friend in hopes to get more information out of him later. Meanwhile, he was actually forming an internal investigation team, one that would butt up with Bill Cook's team after discovering they had been looking into fakes and had sued Rudy. With Bill's money and Laurent's determination, the investigators gained access to the wine community's inner circles, emails, auction records, private notes, everything they could find on Rudy. First, they discovered what we know: he wasn't a resident, that his student visa had long expired, and that he was actually living in the US with a warrant out for his arrest. Digging even deeper, the team uncovered an old letter to Homeland Security listing the family business Rudy and his brother had used to originally enter the country and obtain a visa. When investigators went to that address in Jakarta, it wasn't some fancy import-export company, it was a row of small shops, and specifically, the one listed on the visa application was a hardware store. They went door to door and asked every shop owner here if they knew or had heard of Rudy or his father, but nobody had any idea. Another dead end. 2 months later, Rudy emailed Laurent. He claimed that he had finally tracked down the source of the wines, a mysterious Jakarta collector named Pak Hendra. Laurent flew to Los Angeles to meet Rudy face to face after getting this email. Over dinner, he pressed him more. Tell me, Rudy, who is this Pak Hendra? How did you meet him? Where does he come from? Rudy scribbled 2 Indonesian phone numbers on a napkin and slid them across the table. The next day, Laurent tried them both. The first was a fax machine and the second rang dead. But he handed them off to his investigation team. An ex-CIA officer ran a trace. The first number? Lion Air, Indonesia's largest airline. Not exactly a big mysterious wine collector. The second, a strip mall. The same mysterious old address on Rudy's visa paperwork. Everything about Rudy's story kept coming up fake. They couldn't figure out who this guy was, so Laurent decided to go to Asia himself, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Taipei, because wealthy Indonesians often travel to these spots. And at different tastings and dinner, Laurent, who knew many of them, would ask about Rudy and the strange name. Eventually, he learned that Pak is like Mr. and Hendra is like Smith. Rudy had literally given him the name Mr. Smith. And no one knew of a rich Jakarta family with a son in America selling rare wines who supposedly owned a Heineken distribution business. Laurent was at a complete loss. And it's at this point that he called in the big guns. FBI agent James Wynn, a veteran of art fraud cases. His background is in finance, and he thought this, in a lot of ways, is a financial crime, that he would find the truth by tracing the money. After reviewing Rudy's bank account records, he didn't find any true source of funds coming in. What he did find was Rudy was borrowing lots and lots of money, delaying payments, paying people off with one loan while taking out another. While all of this was unfolding in the background, Rudy was having a heck of a time trying to sell his wines because of the Acker expose. But Rudy still needed money, clearly. So he started using straw sellers, people willing to sell his wines under their name to get into auction houses. And other times, the auction houses just didn't care. In 2009, for example, Christie sold wine in a series of auctions for him under his own name. Collectors were quite upset by this. The auction houses had gone from having high reputations to having sold tens of millions in counterfeit wine. By now, collectors and online sleuths were on high alert, dissecting every catalog photo. Fake after fake surfaced. For example, one of the wines Rudy had listed had a label with a misspelling. Then there was all the classic telltale signs like the wax he was using and the specific printer labels, and investigators were collecting all of this to use against him. Then, in 2011, they finally managed to get Rudy in for a deposition through a suit followed by Bill Cook. They were able to interview Rudy about fake wines that Bill had bought off another seller, but had originated from Rudy.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Rudy Kurniawan. We basically drank a lot of these bottles with a lot of different people, including critics, experts, auction houses, and whatnot. It could be counterfeit, but he's not sure. I'm not sure. I don't believe so. So I agreed to take them back, which is the right thing to do.
Yeah, they learned nothing new. He basically denied everything and acted very hospitable, like he was willing to take them back. And despite all this stuff going on, it doesn't seem like Rudy was ever truly worried about it all coming crashing down. The next year, in February 2012, Don...
I'm not sure. I don't believe so. So I agreed to auction houses and whatnot. We drank a lot of these bottles with a lot of different people, including critics, experts, auction houses, and whatnot. It could be counterfeit, but he's not sure. I'm not sure. I don't believe so. So I agreed to take them back, which is the right thing to do.
Yeah, they learned nothing new. He basically denied everything and acted very hospitable, like he was willing to take them back. And despite all this stuff going on, it doesn't seem like Rudy was ever truly worried about it all coming crashing down. The next year, in February 2012, Don Cornwell noticed an auction being held by Spectrum Wine Auctions with millions of dollars in fake wine for sale, clearly made by Rudy based on the photos. It had all the telltale signs. And so Don, not knowing what to do, made a warning post on a very popular online wine forum, informing other collectors not to fall prey to this. And it went crazy viral. This, combined with the mountain of evidence collected by Bill and Laurent, gave the FBI exactly what they needed. Probable cause. They were going to raid Rudy's mansion. After 5 years under investigation, the FBI finally made its move. At dawn, agents surrounded Rudy's Arcadia mansion. They knocked some more, then started shouting, but nothing. Rudy was nowhere to be found. The team leader called for the ram, but just as they were about to smash the door, it swung open. Rudy stood there, dazed, like he had just rolled out of bed. He was immediately put under arrest. But what the agents found when they went inside, they couldn't believe. The living room was littered with wine bottles and housed a giant oversized wine refrigerator. But it wasn't until they walked into the kitchen that they realized Rudy was truly running a counterfeiting factory. There was bottles soaking in the sink, labels half peeled off. Next to it was a lineup of bottles waiting for labels to be applied. There was a cork extraction tool, a recorking press, a makeshift mixing station with rows of California wines, each tagged with handwritten notes. Because remember, Rudy was mixing these together to make them taste like the wine he was imitating. Nearby, there was unlabeled bottles with formulas written on in chalk. Then boxes with thousands of counterfeit labels stacked next to old wooden crates that he would ship his fake wines in. The thermostat was even set at like 63 degrees to keep the wine cold, while he kept a space heater in his bedroom so he could stay warm. And in the spare rooms, they found racks and racks of wine. On a treadmill, there was even 18 bottles waiting to be labeled. Then they found boxes with actual real labels from rare wines used as a sort of reference library to recreate the fakes. It was everything you would need to create the perfect fake wine collection. One FBI agent said if he could have made a wish list of 10 pieces of evidence, this was 10 times that. The absolute motherlode, and it didn't stop there. Agents also discovered thousands of dollars worth of imported wax, special antique-style paper for labels, of course, all the empty bottles he had been collecting from high-end restaurants under the guise of creating a museum / doing photo shoots. And searching his computer, they could see that Rudy had been scanning real labels and reprinting them on a massive high-res printer he had purchased. The myth of Rudy was over. Rudy was taken to a detention center in New York City, deemed a flight risk, and denied bail. A year later, after sitting in a cell, December 2013, he faced trial in a Manhattan federal court. Prosecutors charged him with mail and wire fraud, not just for faking wines, but for the millions he had conned through auction loans backed by those bottles. In court, they painted him as a kind of mad scientist. Evidence showed his tasting notes, blending formulas, and mock-ups for legendary vintages. The U.S. Marshals displayed over 500 counterfeit bottles seized from his home, the largest wine seizure in U.S. history. He was found guilty and sentenced to 10 years in federal prison, ordered to forfeit over $20 million and pay $28.5 million more in restitution to his victims. He became the first person in U.S. history ever convicted of wine fraud. They estimate between 2002 and 2012, Rudy sold 12,000 bottles at auction for a staggering $35 million. Collectors like Bill had spent millions on Rudy's wines, but the feds never did find an original source of funds. They suspected that the infamous $1 million wine allowance that he bragged about in the early days might have trickled down from his family's history, all those big bank heists, but they were never able to find any concrete proof of that happening. Since Rudy's conviction, the wine industry has tightened its security. Auction houses are far more cautious. For what it's worth, Ackery funded people for the fake bottles sold, but this was largely due to a 2014 settlement obligating them to do so. Experts estimate that thousands of Rudy's fakes are still out there, quietly sitting in private collections. And the ones that they did manage to confiscate from his personal home, well, the Department of Justice smashed them. This is crazy footage. They didn't want the bottles to be empty and then reused by another wine fraudster. Fast forward to today. After serving 7 years, Rudy was released in November 2020. ICE deported him back to Indonesia in April 2021, but instead of laying low, Rudy returned to the spotlight. He's since been hosting exclusive tastings in Singapore and Hong Kong, creating his fake versions of legendary wines for people to taste at a fraction of the price. Apparently, many of the guests even prefer his versions over the original. And within the wine community, since time has passed, Rudy is kind of celebrated as a sort of savant. You know, it wasn't anyone that could have pulled this off. He truly was a tasting genius. It started with whispers on an online poker forum called 2+2. One player, under the name Neo, had racked up over $600,000 in just 64 hours. At first, players chalked it up to luck, but then the math people showed up. They ran the numbers and realized even with the best luck in the world, these wins weren't statistically possible.
How much did you lose?
I'm probably down somewhere in the range of $70,000 to
to that particular player.
Something was wrong, and what they uncovered would turn out to be one of the biggest scandals in the history of gambling. But to understand how tens of millions of dollars were won by unknown accounts through suspicious means, we have to rewind to 2003, when an unknown accountant named Chris Moneymaker had turned $86 into $2.5 million in the World Series of Poker, because suddenly every couch potato in America thought that they could be next. Online poker exploded overnight as regular folks rushed thinking they could make a fortune from home. But Russ Hamilton saw an opening. Back in '94, he had already won his own World Series with a $1 million payday. Now, he was ready to cash in on the online poker boom, build his own platform. It was a gamble that made Russ insanely wealthy, brought him status and affluence he always dreamed of. But now, this post on 2plus2 was becoming a scandal too big to ignore because the players were accusing him.
I'm not trying to make it right, Dan, so we got to get that out of the way.
Russ Hamilton was born in 1948 in Detroit, Michigan. He lived a pretty normal life, but right after graduating from high school, while pursuing an electrical engineering degree, one of his professors would change his life forever, told him that he should try playing poker. This might have been the first professor in history to ever recommend turning to a life of gambling instead of finishing a degree, but Russ took this advice to heart, and he tried it, and he became absolutely obsessed. He would start reading the old magazine called Gambling Times. He lived a pretty normal life, but right after graduating from high school, while pursuing an electrical engineering degree, one of his professors would change his life forever, told him that he should try playing poker. This might have been the first professor in history to ever recommend turning to a life of gambling instead of finishing a degree, but Russ took this advice to heart, and he tried it, and he became absolutely obsessed. He would start reading the old magazine called Gambling Times, became his Bible, and every year they did an article documenting the World Series of Poker. The World Series of Poker is an annual event held yearly since 1969. It's known as the pinnacle of poker events worldwide. If you win that tournament, you're the poker champion of the world.
I wanted to win the World Series of Poker. That was my goal. I kept saying, I want to win that. I would love to win the World Series of Poker.
But first, he knew he had to start small. He played at local underground games around Detroit because gambling was still considered illegal in Michigan at this time. Then, in '84, at 36 years old, Russ decided to pick up his life and make the big move to Sin City. And for his first 10 years, he would consistently enter small tournaments throughout the Strip. And while he occasionally made it pretty far, he never actually won one. But despite his lack of winnings, he was still confident, decided to press his luck and buy a $10,000 ticket to the 1994 World Series of Poker main event. The prize was $1 million. And since it was the event's 25th anniversary, the organizers decided to throw in an additional prize for the world champ, their weight in silver.
We're assembled here for the silver anniversary of the World Series of Poker. Now, last year, the winner won $1 million, but this year, not only will he win $1 million plus the world title, he will also win his weight in silver.
From Las Vegas, Nevada, this is the 1994 World Series of Poker.
This was Russ's first ever time competing in the World Series of Poker, and he was competing against the best of the best. He managed to make his way through the qualifying rounds, all the way to the final table. It was made up of 6 people, all from out of town. Russ was the only local left in the game.
The number 2 seed, weighing in at 330, is Russ Hamilton. He plays almost every day here at the Horseshoe. Russ is from Las Vegas. He's cashed in a couple events this year, and he's got career earnings here at the Horseshoe of $35,525.
The other players at the table were some of the biggest names in poker. Vince Bergio, a senior Poker Hall of Fame member, Al Crooks, a wealthy diamond merchant, Robert Shipburner Turner, John Spedavecchia, and Hugh Vinson, all well-known poker players, while Russ was just some random guy. So for him to make it this far was a complete shock to basically everyone involved, including Russ himself. And then
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and I often treat my YouTube channel like a little bit of a diary. If you're standing up, you're going to want to take a seat for this, because boy howdy do I have bad news for seafood enthusiasts out there. You are not safe. It may already be too late. I'm sure you've seen some of the headlines. Radioactive shrimp has found its way into the States. There was a recall for some frozen shrimp brands due to radioactive contaminants. There's now been another recall of shrimp for radioactive contaminants. I don't claim to be an expert on the intricacies of shrimp and the distribution of such, but to me it seems like there's a mole working in there. It seems like we got a supervillain somewhere in the pipeline. We got fucking Bruce Banner in there pumping his haul of shrimp full of gamma radiation. And unfortunately, it's not turning us into the Hulk or anything powerful. It's just making people really sick. Or at least, that's what we were led to believe initially. But today, someone came forward and blew the lid wide open. It's not just making people sick. Eating this radioactive shrimp could turn you into a fucking alien.
This is a photograph of the alien from the movie Alien. This is what you could end up looking like if you eat some of the raw, frozen shrimp being sent to the United States by other countries.
Now, I want to address the sloppy audio here real quick. I don't know why they mic'd up his ass cheeks, but you get this perpetual squeaking here. It sounds like SpongeBob SquarePants' shoes when he walks. I don't understand where that's even coming from. I don't know where that mic is located. Anyway, this is a senator from Louisiana named John Kennedy. And he is actually not related to the Kennedy family. That's just a coinkydink. But it seems like there are a lot of Kennedys in government. Like, every state has their own Senator Kennedy in it. Like, I had no clue it was such a ginormous family. Like, call me a troglodyte if you want. I didn't know it was that big. I thought after, like, the original line with the death of JFK, I thought there was only, like, a handful left, like the fucking Uchiha clan. But it turns out that is not the case. But anyway, this John Kennedy is not related. I felt the need to, with a presentation, like, there are a lot of Kennedys in government. Like, every state has their own Senator Kennedy in it. Like, I had no clue it was such a ginormous family. Like, call me a troglodyte if you want. I didn't know it was that big. I thought after, like, the original line with the death of JFK, I thought there was only, like, a handful left, like the fucking Uchiha clan. But it turns out that is not the case. But anyway, this John Kennedy is not related. I felt the need to explain that. But the most important part is what he's talking about. Right now he's saying that should you consume this radioactive shrimp that's coming into the States, it could potentially turn you into an alien. Not just an alien, the alien. A xenomorph. I don't know if John has watched these movies, but xenomorphs are considered the perfect organism. They are literally described as the perfect organism. Some people could interpret this as almost like a glowing endorsement that they should go get some radioactive shrimp because it could turn them into a fucking alien. He should have chosen like a bigger loser of some kind of cosmic being, like some kind of fucking space meatball or something, not a xenomorph. Again, in the universe, those are scientifically considered perfect beings. So to say the radioactive shrimp can turn you into that, like holy shit, that's like the holy grail of science right there. We need to be studying this radioactive shrimp ASAP.
The shrimp was radioactive. I kid you not. It had a radioactive isotope in it called cesium-137. It'll kill you. Even if it doesn't turn you into the alien if you eat this stuff, I guarantee you'll grow an extra ear.
Now, obviously, he's not wrong about the danger here of consuming radioactive shrimp. He's just going about it in the most clownish way possible. Like, if he was giving this speech to, like, an audience of toddlers, you know, trying to put the fear of God in them, stay away from radioactive shrimp or else you're gonna end up like this fucking thing. Like, that make more sense. But he is delivering this to a council of adults. A lot of them geriatric, of course, but like, these are people that know it's not gonna actually turn you into an alien. They're like, well, maybe he really believes that. I don't know. I feel like there's no way he actually thinks radioactive shrimp is gonna turn you into a xenomorph. Like, I don't think he really believes that. I think he's just trying to, like, scare people with, like, how serious the issue is, and it is a serious issue. But he turns it into a mockery with a presentation like this, where he downloads a fucking JPEG of a xenomorph being born and says, look, Exhibit A. This was once a 23-year-old football player. Then he went to Walmart and got some frozen shrimp. Look at him now. Horrifying. Terrible stuff. What's happened to this country? Like, come on, man. Like, just treat it seriously, so that way everyone else can too, as opposed to making it like this joke. I guess I'm just kind of tired of, like, the government treating all of its people like they're the biggest fucking morons on the planet. Like, actual bumbling imbeciles that they have to use this kind of verbiage and presentation to try and, like, get a point across. Yeah, this is, like, really bad food for you. It'll turn you into an alien. Like, come on, man. Jesus Christ.
That was bad enough. Obviously, the FDA issued a recall. A few days later, it happened again.
Yeah, I'm pausing it real quick. You thought I was going to let that wacky intonation on the word again slide? You thought wrong. I have never heard anyone pronounce again that way. Again! It's like the G went in there and fucking fought his esophagus on the way out. Why did it come out that way? Why did he say it like that? It was like he had a battle in his mouth just to get the word out there. Like, maybe he's been consuming some radioactive shrimp. I don't know.
It's not being inspected. It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be inspected by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. We call it NOAA. It's part of the Department of Commerce. And yes, they're inspecting some of it, about 1%. On a good day, 2%. The United Kingdom inspects 50% of the foreign seafood coming into its nation. Even China does a better job.
I completely agree. I think that is totally unacceptable. So what are you proposing we do about it, John? Maybe, like, beef up NOAA so it can do a better job at what it's supposed to be doing? If that's the case, if that's what you're pitching, why do you vote completely opposite of that? Brother, NOAA just had huge budget cuts. NOAA is being gutted right now by the current administration, which you are voting for, by the way. So he's out here talking about the dangers of radioactive shrimp turning you into a goddamn alien and reprimanding NOAA for allowing this to happen, doing such a piss-poor job of inspection, but he is voting to kneecap them. From everything I can see, John Kennedy has been, like, on the side of these kind of budget cuts. So what the fuck, man? Like, what are you yapping about? Why are you pretending to be surprised or outraged? You are actively taking money away from NOAA, which in turn is obviously going to affect their ability to do these inspections. Like, they've already been cut tons of jobs. Like, why are you surprised? And why are you pretending to give a shit? Like, the radioactive shrimp and, like, NOAA not doing its job, you have a role to play in that. And you're acting like, NOAA just sucks. NOAA's terrible. They're not doing a good job. They need to do a better job. Like, that's his closing statement, by the way. This is unconscionable. It should not be happening in the United States of America. Now, I am biased. I believe in homegrown Louisiana shrimp fresh out of the Gulf, not radioactive, but I understand that some stores prefer to buy foreign shrimp because it's cheaper. Now we know why. The damn stuff is radioactive. NOAA needs to do a better job of inspecting the shrimp that is sold from other countries that don't abide by the same standards we do to the consumers of the United States of America. I completely agree. It should inspect more. It needs to. We need to take food safety far more seriously than we do. So then why are you voting to make it harder for them to do that? You are taking money away from NOAA, which is making it harder for them to do these inspections that you are attacking them for not doing enough of. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's like me being mad at my toilet for there being poop in it, but I also just took a shit in it like 10 minutes ago. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense. You're a fraud. You're a goofball. But hey, John, credit where credit is due. Your PowerPoint, that shit went insano style. I love seeing that one. Radioactive shrimp turning us into aliens, that's a banger. Good work on that. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. He's just going about it in the most clownish way possible. Like, if he was giving this speech to, like, an audience of toddlers, you know, trying to put the fear of God in them, stay away from radioactive shrimp!
Percent of the foreign seafood coming into its nation.
In life, there is no debuff greater than growing up with a big, pathetic loser as a father. It is just setting you up for a bad time, and I feel really bad for the kid you're about to learn about here, because his father is just a complete total weenie. His dad is directly involving his son in his fraudulent business, which is scamming people for Pokemon cards.
We gotta make sure that everybody's getting what they paid for. You don't want anybody mad.
Alright, so pay, and then we'll do...
I'm trying to do it nice and safe. I don't want them to ruin their cards.
Wait, okay.
Professor Research, Black Rose Training, Rescue Board, Buddy Poet, Eevee, and I thought it was a good.
Dude hits the foghorn leghorn there. Well, I saw. Anyway, this is another whatnot scammer, but this one's a little different because he's turned the scamming business into a family deal. So he actually has his son going through the chat and even opening packs for the chat that normal people have spent real money on under the impression that they are legitimate, untampered packs, but in reality they are resealed, meaning this goober, this fucking slime, went through, took out all of the hits, but then put a bunch of shitty cards in there and resealed it, and is now selling them for full price, well, scalper price, which is even higher than full price, to unsuspecting victims on Whatnot. And you can even see in this first pack here, packs do not open like that typically. These packs are fucking falling apart. And it's not like some conspiracy theory that people upset they didn't get big hits from are making up. He even gets caught towards the end of this, where he repackaged the pack incorrectly and he just says, bud, we got caught. And so then he starts talking about how they got caught red-handed, telling his son that they're gonna have to, you know, stop for a little while and wait till people leave because, well, they just got their scam exposed. So he is literally teaching his kid how to be a piece of shit, like him. That is the legacy he is leaving behind to his son, how to scam people for Pokemon cards. Is there anything more pitiful? What a fucking embarrassing loser of a father.
Be careful, okay?
Shoot,
Yeah, don't worry
okay,
about it.
it's fine.
Just be careful with the cards. Can everyone tap the screen and get some hearts for these guys? Thank you so much, Bedazzled. Wow. That is love.
This is a remover all of them heavy. You're doing this very sudden. It's a blessing. Oh, luck. Pokemon, luck. Share this live stream today.
Yes, share this live stream. Thank you so much, guys. You guys deserve the world. I'm happy you're doing this with your son. It's a blessing. Thank you so much, guys. Hey, almost. Remember, you got to keep it there. Is it a hit? Is it a hit? Almost.
It's so sickeningly shameless. Not only does he use his son to open and peddle these fake resealed packs to people that have bought them, he also uses his son as a marketing tool, telling people like, oh, look how wholesome this is. Dad and his boy just opening some packs, you know, this is our little homegrown business. Thanks for supporting. Make sure to share this stream, you know, give us a lot of hearts, like support us. This is like really good stuff right here, guys. So want to thank you. You guys are kind of like part of our family too now. You know that? Make sure to share our Whatnot stream so that way more people can buy these resealed packs. Come on, guys. It's me and my son. Me and my boy, Junior here. Come on.
Only do Pokemon. We do baseball and football.
It's just no
What's
luck.
up with these packs, dude? I wish I knew.
I guess we're just not having any luck.
I mean, hey, if you wanna get us the hits, I mean, please, we'll be more than willing to take them. That's why I always tell him to not take it off camera so that you guys don't think anything. It means the hits are incoming. Exactly. I say grass.
If you love eating shit, well, he had some great news for you because not only does he scam you with Pokemon cards, sounds like he also does it with sports cards too. Holly jolly, Christmas has come early. Now this is when the chat started to realize something fishy was going on. The packs kept opening in really suspicious ways. The crazy thing is, people that buy packs through whatnot, they've definitely opened some themselves. You can immediately recognize that there is something awry with the way these packs are just fucking disintegrating at like the slightest movement of it. Like these packs just fucking blow up like it's Team Fortress 2 and you just got insta-gibbed. Like there's something off. And not only that, there are no hits. It's only shits. It's very suspicious, and now he's trying to like hits. It's only shits. It's very suspicious, and now he's trying to like convince them, oh, it's just we're hitting a dry spell here. It's just really unlucky. Geez, you know. Sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles, unfortunately, I'm sorry to say. This is my son, by the way. It's really wholesome stuff. You wouldn't be mean to him, right? He's the one opening packs. Also, he's trying to convince people that there's nothing shady going on because everything stays on camera. He's like, this is what I teach my son. We gotta make sure everything is above board. No, you know, silliness with the cards going off screen because we don't want anyone to think that we're scamming you with the old switcheroo or something. It's all right there in your face, up close and personal. Like that proves anything. It's a fucking resealed pack. It doesn't matter. You didn't have to bring it off screen to scam. You had already scammed before ever going live.
All right. Now, if this doesn't work, these packs have to be refilled.
Excuse me.
Pokey. All right. Yeah. Hope for
These packs have to be resealed. All right, Pokey. I mean, if you actually feel that way, I mean, that's fine. I mean.
All right, let's just do that. Don't say that.
No, it's fine, Wick. Don't even worry about it. We're not defending ourselves. We I mean, yeah, we don't do that stuff. I mean, we could stop the stream right now. Honestly, we don't do that. But if anything, we are literally a part of it. We support the community so much. Like we are actually collectors. We are collectors. Trust me. We have plenty. We don't need to reseal anything. We have our own stuff.
The fuck are you blabbering about? What are you even saying? No, resealing? Resealing? I can't even pronounce that word. I've never seen it. I don't know what that means. No, we wouldn't do anything like that. We're collectors. We have our own stuff. We wouldn't reseal. The fuck does that even mean? You're collectors, you have your own stuff, you don't need to reseal. It has nothing to do with anything. This unskippable cutscene here is just the worst fucking dialogue, this mumbo-jumbo that has nothing to do with the scam that he's performing. And he couldn't sound more guilty if he tried. This actually seems like in LA Noire when you have the guiltiest person in front of you, he just keeps going, heh, reseal? Heh, ha, heh, ha, ha, like, you could not sound more nervous.
Just ignore him, dude. Don't worry about that.
Emocional, mas não vou contar, sou bem, vou viver a minha vida dessa. E na fonte dos tu casa, te dá dia, não dá. Emocional, mas não vou contar, sou bem, vou viver a minha vida dessa. E na fonte dos tu casa, te dá dia, não dá. Te dá dia, não dá. emocional, mas não vou com contação. Belo, vou viver a minha vida da ação. E na fonte dos tu casa, cidade de alta emocional, mas não vou com contação. Bem, vou viver a minha vida da som. E na fonte dos tu casa, te dá dia não dá. Emocional, mas não vou contar, sou bem, vou viver a minha vida da som. E na fonte dos tu casa, te dar dia não dá. Emocional, mas não vou contar, sou bem, vou viver a minha vida da som. E na fonte dos tu casa, te dar dia não dá. Emocional, mas não vou contar, sou bem, vou viver a minha vida da som. E na fonte dos tu casa, te dar dia não dá. Emocional, mas não vou contar, sou bem, vou viver a minha vida da som. E na fonte dos tu casa, te dar dia não dá.
Ooh, okay. Yes.
Oh,
All right.
look,
Oh,
look.
shoot.
Oh no, but they're resealed though, right?
Finally, nice.
Got a hit. All right, cool.
Finally.
Finally.
This was their big gotcha moment, slam dunking on the haters here, proving them wrong. You fools thought they were resealed? Check out this turbo hit here. Meanwhile, the card is worth 25 cents. It is still a piece of dog doo-doo. Like, it is still resealed. They just slid something in there that wasn't the standard, like, reverse hollow trash that nobody wants. It is still pennies compared to what they're paying for on these packs.
I can't wait till somebody gets a huge hit so that they can stop talking. That's Black Bolt. Don't worry about that one.
Okay. Oh my.
See, you're worried about the wrong thing. Look, show him his cards. Show him his cards. Because they're going to think that you're doing something sketchy. Oh, what is that? Master Ball or no?
Pokeball.
Pokeball. And green. Grass. Oh, wait.
Another Pokeball.
All right, put it in the pack. Yeah, so that's literally what I was just saying about the yeah, we gotta stop, dude. We gotta stop. We got caught right there. We got a Pokeball right behind the energy. Yeah. That was cooked. That was pretty cooked.
This guy is a complete failure in every aspect of life. Not only did he fail at the easiest scam ever of just packing the Pokemon cards in the correct order, he somehow fucked that up. The reason he got caught red-handed there, so much so that not even he could wiggle his way out of it, is because he put the fucking energy in between the hits there. That doesn't happen. That never happens in real packs. And he also thought he turned the stream off when he openly admits to getting caught in his scam. What he is openly admitting to is a crime. It is fraud. He has scammed people out of their hard-earned clams. And he is now admitting to it on camera to his son, telling him, yeah, we gotta stop. We just got caught. That was real bad. We just, yeah, they got us. They really got us on that one, sport.
Yeah. No, we can. Just not right now. Gotta do it later. Gotta make sure all those people get off. And then we do it again. That was pretty bad, dude.
Can't, bro.
We made a good amount, though. We made a great amount.
When he sees his phone, that's when he realized he was still live. So he had planned on just letting this sit and simmer for a little while, so all the people he scammed, he was just going to wait for them to all just, like, go to bed and de-aggro, because they clearly called him out on it. They then knew full well it was a scam, and they've now just heard him admit to it. So his plan was to just wait, so that way they could do it again later to another group of suckers. And he's teaching his son this, by the way. He is treating this like it's a real practice that he is now involving his son in. This is what he is teaching his kid. That is sad. I feel terrible for the kid to have this loser as their dad. That shit sucks. And he's bragging about how much money they made doing it. Talking about they made a great amount doing it. You know, hold your head up high, son. We did great with the scam today. It's so awful, man. It's so fucking awful. This guy super sucks. Terrible father. Absolutely horrible. That's really about it. So, yeah. In life, there is no...
And sometimes when I see something that blows me away, I just have... Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and you know, I often treat my YouTube channel like a little bit of a diary, and sometimes when I see something that blows me away, I just have to talk about it, okay? You know, ladies and gentlemen, I know I've yapped about the whole Epstein stuff for a few days now. You know, I've talked about it in the last couple of weeks, but I didn't think I'd be speaking about it so soon. In fact, I think this might be such a wild situation that probably gonna have to hold off until something even crazier shows up. But what happened yesterday? Well, I was just minding my own business, playing some Mass Effect, recording some stuff for, you know, Haunted Gaming. I was recording some creepypasta Jeff the Killer stuff. I was recording Linux phones for people who are interested. But I saw this clip from the House Speaker, okay? Apparently, our boy Donald Trump here, the President of the United States, was in fact an informant.
He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down. The president knows and has great sympathy for the women who have suffered these unspeakable harms. It's detestable to him. He and I have spoken about this as recently as 24 hours ago.
So, yeah, apparently he's a goddamn informant for the FBI. Oh man, you know,
You know, sometimes I wish you could go back to the days of like fucking Watergate or like any of the prior scandals that have ever happened and just had the internet present during it. I think it would be a goddamn laugh riot. So, yeah, for anybody that doesn't know, the Epstein files is a pretty hotbed topic. I think everyone's just kind of talking about it. And everyone's really talking about it for one interesting thing. First off, I don't want to jump in and make things like political. I'm not an expert when it comes to it. But when I talk about stuff related to the government, it usually comes around with things like surveillance. It usually comes with the government trying to take away your privacy. But this is a pretty important case. I'm sure most of you guys watching, most of you guys and gals watching, probably don't like seeing innocent people harmed, trafficked, whatever. But unfortunately, we live in a world where that kind of stuff happens. Now, Epstein was a pretty notorious case. I've talked about it pretty extensively. Watch my previous videos if you want sort of a historical understanding of it. Now, the Epstein files is supposed to be a set of files that are released that hopefully shed light on the people that this sicko was connected to. Some of the most powerful people in the world. There's a lot of photographs this man has taken with some world leaders, billionaires, so on and so forth. You know, people that have the ability to control what you and I get to do in the world today. Now, obviously, when this guy had taken his own life, allegedly, in prison, you know, everyone thought that maybe things died with him, right? But it didn't. Those files existed. The people that apparently the Attorney General of the United States watched tons of videos on of, you know, people getting harmed by actual sickos and still not wanting to do enough to stop this. Yeah, this is a situation where, again, tons of these files were released, but they were kind of nothing burgers, right? We want to know the reality of who in our world that is rich and powerful and the elite are connected to something so that we can course correct going into the future. Now, obviously, Donald Trump and Epstein have been friends. They've been outside. They've been on the outs. In 2007, Epstein was banned from even Trump's like Mar-a-Lago resort, one of his like infamously powerful resorts. Like it's kind of like a cultural icon, I would say, in Florida at this point, over alleged unsavory conduct involving underage girls. He would use the spa to try and procure girls, but one of them, a masseuse about 18 years old, tried to get her to do things. An insider previously told Page 6. Her father found out about it and went absolutely apeshit. Epstein's not allowed back. Now, for objectivity, following Epstein's second arrest in 2019, even Trump had said that their relationship soured decades ago. So I was kind of sitting over here wondering, whoa, this is crazy if true. Now, for a lot of stuff that's been going on when it comes to the Epstein files, there's a lot of actual like victims that have come out and basically said, if the government doesn't release a list, we'll release a fucking list. Which obviously has led people to wonder, hey, if the victims release a list without any conclusive like evidence, then isn't that going to be bad? And I'm just gonna straight up say, this could have all been avoided if the government was actually as transparent as they claim to be. Which unfortunately they're not. If you look carefully into this situation, one of the craziest things about this is the government is actually being hostile towards a bunch of the politicians that want to release all of these files with as little redactions as possible. Obviously, nobody's asking them to release the CSAM tapes or victim names. Nobody reasonable should be asking for that at all. And if you are asking for tapes, you should probably have the FBI show up at your fucking house. So obviously, the government is going out over here saying, helping these liberal Democrats and the Thomas Massey guy, the one guy from the right that came in and said, you know what? There's got to be limits to this shit, okay? There's got to be limits to the cult behavior. I want to protect human beings, as any normal person should. Well, it turns out that the DOJ is fully supporting a comprehensive file release effort, but this would be viewed as a very hostile act to the administration. Which is hilarious to think, right? Like, if you want to fucking be transparent, if you want to tell people that you're not like the other fucking elites in the world, we'll give you guys all the information, and then you actively make it known that it's hostile if you seek the truth. That is fucking insanity to me, man. Like, nobody in the cult is willing to put down the fucking Kool-Aid and think, damn, that's bad. Now, what's kind of wild to me is obviously, you know, Trump did not say that the Epstein stuff or the whole Epstein case was a hoax, but apparently the files could have had names planted inside them. I'll be real at this point. I think everyone from every side of the aisle is there's a lot of people that are guilty. There's a lot of people that probably don't want their information out there. There's a lot of people that don't want these files out. Now, when I hear the word informant, what's so wild to me is that it really is not the word you should have used. Now, to give you an idea, a confidential informant, ladies and gentlemen, is somebody that is referred to as a snitch, a rat, a canary, a stool pigeon, stoolie, tout, or grass. Now, a lot of people say that to be a confidential informant or an informant, you usually have to be committing the crimes. The feds catch you and they're like, listen, we'll give you some leniency. You know, let's say that we caught you with your pants down. We want to go after the king. You know, in this case, it would be Epstein. So what, did you find Trump and you were like, hey man, if you want to get a little leniency, if you want to maybe get away from this shit scot-free, work with us. And that's what had led to, obviously, you know, Epstein being arrested and his empire falling down. Now, if this was true at all, I would imagine the president of the United States would have probably brought this shit up years in advance. Like, bro, I'm the hero that helped get the guy arrested, that helped get the guy busted. Now, look, unless there's something like shady behind that, like unless the reason behind him being an informant is that he was actually committing illegal crimes and he got caught and that's what made the feds go and flip him into an informant, that would be a different story. And obviously, for objectivity's sake, when it comes to criminal informants, any citizen who provides crime-related information to law enforcement, by definition, is an informant. So let's say that I found out my neighbor was cooking crack rocks and selling them on the streets. Now, if I go to the police station and I tell them, yo, my neighbor's selling crack rocks, I'm not a drug dealer, but technically I'm a police informant. It's a different, you know, sort of like it's a much different context, okay? There's a big difference between being a police informant because you got caught doing a crime and now you're trying to fucking, you know, reduce your charges by flipping on your homies, or you're actually just somebody that was like, man, there's some really illegal stuff going on. Let me call my friends at the FBI and get this sorted out. Now, one of the things that's always really wild to me too is when it comes to, again, the concept of a police informant. Something that I was reading about the FBI, and this is a while back, just because I'm really interested in things like undercover cops, there were some people who thought, man, does that mean that this guy was like an undercover agent? Like, did they send 007 in to destroy? No. Being an informant and being an undercover agent are two separate fucking things. An informant is a snitch. An undercover agent is a guy with a badge that usually has to conceal or hide their identity in order to infiltrate a group, right? And even if you infiltrate a group as an undercover agent, you're not allowed to commit blatant crimes. Obviously, things within reason. If somebody has a gun pointed to your head and they tell you, kill this guy or do this drug, right? You have to basically use the most ultimate, like, fucking, like, 10 charisma point checks to get out of that shit. Otherwise, unless your life is on the line or like somebody else, unless a situation is so dire, from what I've read and from what I've seen actual undercover agents like discuss, you are allowed to commit some crime within reason. But obviously, it's a very, very fine line. You can't just become a fucking criminal, you know, and just commit some of the worst actions just to stop the bad guys. Now, if you're an FBI informant, one of the things that I also read that doesn't track with the statement the government gave was that underneath certain, like usually the FBI will redact any information. In fact, one case, the DOJ versus Londano, which was a case where the Supreme Court held that the government is not entitled to a presumption that a source is confidential within the meaning of Exemption 7D of the FOIA, whenever the source provides information to the FBI in the course of a criminal investigation. Basically, the court at this point recognizes that anything informant related should and could be withheld whenever necessary. Now, obviously, if, you know, Trump really worked as an FBI informant, you would basically not have the FBI put this information in. It would usually, when you're opening up a PDF file, you would just see Trump's name blacked out with like B7D or B7C or something out there that would conceal his identity. It would just be something that would never be revealed. So the fact that the Speaker of the House just outright said that shit without really thinking twice is kind of a wild situation to me. And again, assuming that he was actually this hero informant that toppled a fucking sex trafficking regime, I would imagine he would actually talk about this, okay? I want you to understand how insane this story has gotten. We have went through so many changes, okay? So many different stories. Like that one South Park episode of like the fish sticks joke, where like, you know, the story that Cartman has in his head just keeps changing the entire time into something even wilder. Like first, there was this list, and the liberals were hiding it. Then the administration has, remember, there have been two administrations that have existed, both opposites, the Dems and the Republicans, that have actually like seen this list or had the opportunity to release this list, and none of them did, okay? Because at this point, all you can reasonably assume is every single person on the upper echelon that, you know, doesn't want this list out or is really hush-hush quiet about it probably has some guilt. The only way this situation can stop looking as goofy and dumb as it is if we just released the actual files, okay? Like at this point, if there's evil inside here to be discussing and showing to the world, that's not horrible, okay? One of the most important things about, you know, America, right? And I'm not even an American myself. I just read a lot of history. One of my favorite topics was American history. I always was impressed for a country that was like 300 years old. The amount of progress and innovations have been just insane, right? America, in its very short existence as a country, has led to becoming the world's leader. And honestly, the country's founding principles are something that I think should pretty much be paramount throughout the entire world. I think it's just that good. And I'm not saying this kind of stuff to be like, you know, a glazer or anything. I'm just saying I really like the checks and balances that the United States really kind of, I would say most people take for granted, right? If you go to other parts of the world where, you know, they have the same prime minister or president for like 20 fucking years and the quality of living is shit because there's just so much corruption at the top. That's one of the things that, you know, I always looked at America as a country where like corruption, you know, it exists. Obviously, every country has corruption. Like, let's not be fucking naive. But I like to think that because of the various amounts of checks and balances between the legislative branch, executive, and judicial branch, that these guys would constantly be attacking each other. The way that America works, and it's almost ingenious in a way, right? It's like you have all these departments that sort of are incentivized to correct each other, right? Like, they don't want other departments to get more powerful or in some cases weaker. They all have to be on edge against each other. It's almost like you have an incentivization to work together, but also police each other. And that was one of the things that was really important, right? But now, when I look at a situation like this, more specifically, it almost feels like, you know, organizations like the FBI that, you know, I kind of held into real regard personally, like as of 5-6 years ago. I thought, you know, if there's any police agency in the world that probably should be a shining example, it'd be the one that, you know, prosecutes not only the little guy, but goes after even the ones at the very top end of the pool. But now it almost seems like it's just all a bunch of cronies that are working together to try and sell a narrative that just doesn't make any fucking sense. Look, if there is real crime being done, especially in the United States, it is up to the US to be the shining example of what a clean country does, or what a cleaner than normal country does, to ensure that the people who are the most marginalized in our society, the people that have the biggest victimization rate, children in this case, you know, women that are trafficked, even men, everyone, those people need to be assisted. And honestly, I think like if anything good comes out of this, it's the fact that a victim's story is heard and the victims actually get the justice. Because imagine how blackpilling it must be to not only go through the hell that you've done, but to see the people at the top are now possibly throwing out chum into the water to make it look as if they're actual heroes when maybe they actually really aren't. And look, I've said a lot about crazy stuff going on, but this is amongst, you know, world governments taking away our, you know, private conversations. Like, there are laws being passed in Europe where they want to read your chat messages. There are federal agencies in the US that are buying malware to hack into people's phones silently, you know, probably without a fucking warrant, to read text messages. So we're supposed to be living in a world where all of our shit is transparently seen by these government entities, but they are not willing to put the tiniest bit to provide us with a level of transparency for crimes so heinous that we as taxpayers, some as citizens, some as, immigrants and people who live in this area should be entitled to know if the people that they elect or the people that are running their offices, have committed heinous crimes that they themselves, everyone would go to prison for. It's crazy fucking shit. It really is, man. We live in clown world. And part of the reasons for me making this video is to A, kind of vent a little bit, because it is something that just aggravates me, but also I'm sure that there's, people in the cult, people that will say, Muda, you're just a deranged guy. You've got that derangement syndrome. And it's fine if you think that I do. But I also want you to listen to what I've said through the course of this video and really think about it for yourself, right? That's what I always say. I'm like, be objective, be critical, think about things, okay? Don't just blindly consume the fucking Kool-Aid from whatever camp you like. There's a lot of people that are on that left side that consume Kool-Aid that you shouldn't be agreeing with. There's a lot of people on the right side that consume Kool-Aid that you shouldn't be agreeing with, right? I think there should be basic principles in life. Privacy, right to your freedoms, and the ability for all of us to agree that harming human beings should just universally be bad. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Buddha Heart, and I'm out.
Jackson may be facing a criminal mayhem in this case that we see involving Psycho Stu and the incident that happened during the wrestling match just last week. Now, as we looked at the facts of this case, we went through many, many different criminal charges, but as myself and many other attorneys have reviewed, none of them really fits the bill perfectly. So we'll get into why mayhem may be the thing that fits the bill, as it's a unique thing to California and maybe unique to this case. Of course, it's a fast facts version of the latest in legal news, a quick and dirty version. If you like this, make sure to like the video and leave a comment below. And of course, this is Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. All right, so let's get right into the PowerPoint here and lead you guys right into the facts. So obviously, those that know, Roger Jackson has been under investigation by the LAPD for the beating of Psycho Stu, his opponent here, while he was unconscious. They are still in the investigation phase. They have not pressed any charges as of date. What we know right now is Stu is now at home recovering, but he had serious injuries. He is not dead. He's no longer at risk of death. He pulled through. He's fine, but not fine, right? He was seriously injured as part of this escapade. Now, there are no official criminal charges. One thing that's been mentioned, and one important thing here, is the police need testimony from Stu because they really need to decide, hey, which charges to press here, because Stu's testimony could change this. If part of this was, quote unquote, if this was on the script and Stu said, hey, this is on the script, that would be much different than saying, hey, this is totally unplanned, this is totally off script, et cetera, et cetera. So that is part of that calculus. The other thing that's been going on right now is a lot of criticism of the wrestling school for not cooperating with law enforcement, or rather being perceived that way. There's some people on the inside that said, hey, we were told not to cooperate. The wrestler that was restraining Raja said, hey, no, we weren't, we were told not to cooperate with law enforcement, not to say anything. So there's a little bit of that going on there. And we also have comments from Rampage Jackson, who has admitted his son should do some time and saying, hey, he should serve, a criminal penalty, which is a big thing for his behavior. But he's still, at the same time as he says, hey, my son should do some time for this, is saying, hey, well, Stu provoked it. It wouldn't have happened if Stu didn't do X, Y, Z, although we have proof on camera
that Raja was indeed very, very much at fault here in this situation. So getting that background, kind of getting caught up here. Of course, this is a summary. I know a lot of y'all that are really, really focused on the details. We'll add more to this in the comments. But we're looking at the potential crimes. That's what I'm talking about. This is a law channel, a legal channel. So I went over previously some of the crimes, like attempted murder. And I also went over manslaughter, etc., and assault and battery. Now I'm taking out manslaughter because he's not dead. So what we're left with for potential criminal charges are really attempted murder and assault and battery from what I discussed before. But here's the problem, and many other lawyers have said this. Attempted murder, it's very difficult to meet the elements, especially intent. Many other lawyers do not believe they meet these elements. On my show, charges are really attempted murder and assault and battery from what I discussed before. But here's the problem, and many other lawyers have said this. Attempted murder, it's very difficult to meet the elements, especially intent. Many other lawyers do not believe they meet these elements. On my show, when we looked at this, the chat, you guys thought we could meet the elements. It was 50-50 split. But remember, it's difficult to prove to a jury. And if 50% of chat says, hey, we think this is not provable, even if 50% does, that shows a jury will probably be split 50-50. So it will probably be hard to prove attempted murder. So in my book, I think for prosecutors, I think they're going to take attempted murder off the table. I don't think prosecutors are going to go attempted murder. But here's the problem with assault and battery. They're very easy to prove based on the facts. I think it's a slam dunk case for assault and battery, but many view the penalty as too light, saying this was beyond assault and battery. Assault and battery feels too light for what happened here. It feels too loose for what happened here. So what other options are there? Well, there's a uniquely California option, which after speaking with California attorneys, once again, I'm a Florida attorney, not a California attorney, but I have some very good California attorney friends. And after speaking with them about a particular crime that may apply, this might be the one that would be appropriate in this case. And I'll tell you why. It's mayhem. That's under California Penal Code Section 203. And that reads, every person who unlawfully and maliciously deprives a human being of a member of his body, or disables, disfigures, or renders it useless, or cuts the tongue, or puts out an eye, or slits the ear, nose, or lip, is guilty of mayhem. And there's a crime of aggravated mayhem, which deals with intentional permanent disability or disfigurement. So this is something that is beyond just simple assault. It requires more, right? So a simple assault could be, or assault and battery could be, putting someone in fear and then, hitting them, right? But you could punch somebody, but that could really just be just a punch that really leaves nothing, no real serious damage, maybe a light bruise, maybe a small cut, but nothing really severe. It wouldn't raise to a higher level. But at a higher level, before there's murder, right, before there's anything else over there, you've got mayhem. You're saying, hey, this is something that caused a very serious injury, and it is elevated beyond the everyday, I got a boo-boo, I got a little bit of a scratch here. And what really it turns on is the injuries. So are the injuries sufficient? So you have to look at the injuries and say, are they sufficient? So let's look at what we have, the report of the injuries. He sustained a serious head injury and was unconscious upon arrival at the ER. His injuries include trauma to both the upper and lower jaws, a laceration to the upper lip, and a fracture to the maxilla bone, which unfortunately resulted in the loss of several teeth. Okay, so let's look at that. You've got trauma to the upper and lower jaw. I'm not clear whether that's going to be permanent or fixable, whatever. We'll see that. Laceration of the lip, so cut to the lip, and a fracture of the maxilla bone and a loss of teeth. So teeth are gone, cut to the lip, laceration of the lip, fracture of the bone, trauma to the upper and lower jaw. So if you look back at the statute here, the lip is included here if it's slit, and we do have a laceration of lip. So right there on its face, we've got at least that lip part to fit that in there. And beyond that, for the serious head injury, we don't know what type of permanent disability or disfigurement would result from that. So if he has permanent brain damage, if he has any sort of impediment, if there's anything else going on there, that could be far, far, far beyond the scope of just a normal everyday battery, assault and battery, and that would go into the mayhem category. Now, do I think it's aggravated mayhem, intentional permanent disfigurement or disability? Probably not, right? Probably not. You might be able to make that argument, but based on these alone, without knowing the scope of the disability of the mental side, it's hard for me to say aggravated is a slam dunk. I think baseline mayhem could probably work here. The loss of the teeth and the cut to the lip, I think alone might be enough, as well as if these fractures and traumas are very severe. So, okay, let's say we get everyday mayhem. What's the penalty? Well, it's a felony. It's a felony. So Roger would become a felon, and he could get 2, 4, or 8 years in prison behind bars, and a fine of up to $10,000. Now, aggravated, of course, is up to life in prison with possibility of parole. I don't think he would get life. Now, if you look at it on the lowest level, let's say he got 2 years for this, 2 years behind bars for this. And of course, this might be modified as a first-time offender. There might be some sort of mitigation there or mitigating theory there. I think this might satisfy a balance between those that think, hey, assault and battery might be too light, but we're not going to get attempted murder. So perhaps mayhem is the right category for the Roger Jackson situation. I want to know what you guys think in the comments below, and I'll catch you on the next.
Son Piker is in hot water yet again as he goes on a harassment spree. We're going to talk about today on the Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. I'm, of course, Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is a Fast Facts video, which brings you the quick and dirty version of the latest in legal news. If you like the Fast Facts, make sure to like the video and leave a comment below. So Hassan, once again, is not learning from the past, is not learning from people telling him what to do, because Twitch is not punishing him for previous bad behavior. And once again, we have Hassan engaging in activities which may very well violate California law and certainly violate Twitch's terms of service. So let's get into the videos, which I posted on my account on X, where he goes through the prohibited behavior. So we'll play that right here and let you guys take a watch.
Yeah. Dylan Burns, Hunter Avalon, Hutch, Destiny's Own Personal Chef. Like this is what happened. This is what took place. Okay. And the pack actually did unironically raise a bunch of money off of like people who thought that they were giving money to a political action committee that was going to go around and do door knocking campus operations, which they.
So you see there, and that's the end of the clip, where he is exposing these people, Dylan Burns, Hunter Avalon, etc., all their names, their city, their state, their zip code, right? He's putting out all their personal information here on the internet. And the problem with that is when you have 30,000, 20,000, 40,000 people watching live, and then the replays get a bunch, they get replayed everywhere, people react to them. So we're looking at potentially millions of eyeballs on this information. You're putting those people in a position where anybody who doesn't like them, right, in this civil war that's going on what might be called the online left, not that the political affiliations matter because they're completely irrelevant, whether this happens on the left or right, it is still potentially illegal because these people's information is now out there. They're putting it out in a way where any enemy, any person who hates them, whatever, that sees that is incentivized to go out there and take some sort of action, especially knowing that things like this have happened in the past. For example, with Hunter Avalon, who's on that list, has had an incident in the past where he was almost killed with the crazy ex who came and shot his girlfriend, that whole situation. So you've got a history here where this can happen when information is put out there and you're putting these people at risk. This is something that a reasonable person whose information is put that on the internet in front of hundreds of thousands of people, potentially millions, is going to be afraid of. And that's what people who have seen this and reacted to this are saying. For example, here is Hutch, who is talking about this scenario and how, and how it's violative of at least the Twitch TOS.
Not only was he doing these baseless accusations, he doxed us. He doxed us. He doxed. It's like prominently featured on his screen. Like, Hello? Hello? Are we like, I don't know what to say, man. I mean, like, I reported the VOD. The VOD is still up, you know, like you can find the VOD on his channel. I reported the VOD. I sent an email to like Twitch support. I added them. Like if there's no consequence for this, like I don't know what are there's just no rules. Like I don't understand. It's a blatant violation of Twitch's doxing policy. Like if you go to their policy,
which we'll go to later as well,
this is what it says about doxing. Doxing of any kind is prohibited by Twitch's community guidelines, even if the perpetrators only expose information available via the public record.
And that's the key there. So even under Twitch's policy, even if that information is in the public record, even if it's something that's out there, that's something that can be, that's against their policy. So even if you could find that somewhere online, right? Even if that's posted somewhere online, that's not good enough. And by the way, for California law, that's also not good enough. Once again, not every state has these laws, but some states do, which is why it can indeed constitute cyber harassment, right? We're going to talk about the two California laws that this clearly would fall within the scope of if law enforcement decide to actually look at this and take this seriously. The first one is electronic harassment. That's under 153.2 of the California Penal Code. And that one reads, every person with intent to place another person in reasonable fear for his safety or the safety of their family by means of electronic communication and without consent, of course, these people didn't consent, and for the purpose of imminently causing the other person unwanted contact, injury, harassment by a third party, and they electronically distribute, publish emails, link, hyperlinks, or make available personal identifying information, including but not limited to a digital image or electronic message of a harassing nature, which would be likely to incite or produce an unlawful action, is guilty of a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year in jail or by a fine of not more than $1,000 or by both fine and imprisonment. So you see that here. So what do we have? With electronic harassment, it doesn't in this statute anywhere say that the information has to be quote unquote private or secret or confidential. No, even public information that contains that identifiable information, the name, the address, the state, the city, all that stuff where someone could come and find them and harass them and would incentivize people. And we know there are unhinged people. We see it every day, particularly in the United States, guys. We see it all the time where people are just going to people's houses, attacking them, doing crazy things, unhinged things, illegal things. And it's very likely to incentivize that unlawful action. And the only criteria here is whether it seriously alarms, annoys, torments, or terrorizes a reasonable person. And let's be honest, if any of you out there at home had your address and home showed on a stream with 50,000, 100,000 people that were, maybe 500,000 that are going to watch that video, yeah, I'm sure you would be at least annoyed, right? Seriously annoyed. So it would meet that standard. The other thing is there's no legitimate purpose to his doxing. Look, this is not to have some sort of fundraiser. This is not, a business saying, hey, go buy from them or whatever else. This is somebody's personal address at home, right? So there's no good reason why you need to be giving out that information. And, look, the penalty is not crazy. It's 1 year in jail. It's not a life sentence. It's not the death penalty, right? But there is a consequence for this action, and this could stack with multiple people. Yes, that could stack up. The other statute is number 646.9. This is a California Penal Code, and this is when any person willfully, maliciously, or repeatedly follows or willfully, maliciously harasses another person and who makes a credible threat with intent to place that person in reasonable fear or the safety of their family, and that's once again punishable by the same penalty. So to harass, once again, means to seriously alarm, annoy, torment, or terrorize, right, through your conduct. Okay. And it can be electronic. So credible threat means verbal or written, including performed through the use of an electronic communication device. So when you're using the internet, that counts. That's enough, right? And what is this intending to do? Well, it's intending to alarm, annoy, torment, terrorize those people. There's no legit purpose for this. And you don't need to prove under these statutes, a cyber stalking statute, or rather the stalking statute that has a cyber element, it does not require you to prove that they're actually harmed, just that you are causing them fear. And I think, once again, a reasonable person would be in fear after hearing this under California law. So, you could stack up those two charges. Look at that. Just those two charges from one person. Well, it's up to 2 years there and a fine. I mean, that's pretty serious time there. Now let's look at Twitch's liability. So Twitch, at this point, we heard Hutch say he's informed Twitch. And I'm sure there's other people that have. So at this point, Twitch knows. Twitch cannot say they don't know. Dan Clancy cannot say, I was unaware of this. I didn't know this was happening. And at this point, under their own policy, which very much describes doxing as showing the real name, contact information, social security number, and home address. So you've got the three: real name, contact, home address. You've got that information out there that he's putting out there that's clearly doxing. Now, they do have another section, which I'm not showing here, which says, okay, well, not all doxing is necessarily illegal. If something is public, it's not necessarily illegal. And that is true because in certain states, it's only private information or confidential information, etc. In other states, the statutes are ambiguous, but California is pretty straightforward. California includes information even that is public. And in their policy, it doesn't matter either. Just like was read earlier, doxing of any kind is prohibited under Twitch's community guidelines, even if the perpetrators only expose information available via public record. So you see right there, it doesn't matter if the PII was public. If it's released without consent, file a report, will investigate and enforce against the doxer if appropriate. So they're choosing to say that his behavior is okay. And what I'm saying here is they've been informed, they've been alerted, they allow this. At this point, they're allowing it repeatedly. It's not just a one-time thing. I've talked about this before. This has gone again and again. It's a clear violation of the terms of service. It's openly disregarded due to bias. And at this point, it's not speculative at all. There's a bias here. They've got Hassan as the golden boy. We get it. He obviously gets a slap on the wrist when everybody else would get a permanent ban or a very, very, very long-term ban for the exact same conduct. This opens the door to future escalation to situations like what happened to Hunter Avalon, unfortunately, right? No one wants these things to happen. Of course, if there was a situation where somebody unfortunately had an incident where there's an assault, a battery, even, like I said, an attempted murder, right? These things can all happen. If this happens, Twitch will then have blood on its hands because they have known this stuff could happen. They have known these situations can happen, and they have ignored that. When a third party takes action based on what Hassan is doing or based on what any other content creator on Twitch is doing, that can come back to them. That can absolutely come back to them, and it will. And it's playing with fire. It's absolutely dangerous. It's reckless. And at this point, it's willful. It's willful. They know what they're doing, and they're choosing willfully to ignore it. But I want to know what you guys think in the comments below, and I will catch you on the next one.
the summer in Antigua. Now he wants some in the meantime. Fly me out to Costa Rica. Got me burning papito. He's coming in hot gasolina. Gasolina, gasolina. I love when he calls me bonita. Bonita, si bonita. Oh, he got me like, tomame, tomame. Soy a la por tu ser. Tomame, tomame. Suave, suave, otra vez. Acércate a mí ahora. Yeah, you got me feeling loca. Tomame, tomame. Suave, suave, otra vez. Suave, otra vez. Suave, suave, otra vez. Acércate a mí ahora. Yeah, you got me feeling loca. Tomame, tomame. Suave, suave, otra vez. Suave, otra vez. Suave, suave, otra vez. Emocional, ma non voglio contação, bel viva la minha vida da sua. E na fonte estou casa, tira dia Tomame, tomame, soy el agua por tu ser. Tomame, tomame, suave, suave, otra vez. Suave, otra vez. Suave, suave, otra vez. Met a boy in Ibiza, but the boy was a cheater. I think this one is a keeper. Like cola in the freezer. And I didn't wanna be a man, be a player who would say man. Me paró mala vida. He's coming in hot gasolina, gasolina, gasolina. I love when he calls me bonita, bonita, si bonita. Oh, you got me like, tomame, tomame. Soy el agua por tu ser. Tomame, tomame. Suave, suave, otra vez. Acércate a mí ahora. Yeah, you got me feeling loca. Tomame, tomame. Suave, suave, otra vez. Suave, otra vez. Suave, suave, otra vez. Keep me looking like a dreamer. Hop into my two-seater. I think this one is a keeper. Hot like the summer in Antigua. Now we want some in the meantime. Fly me out to Costa Rica. Got me burning papito. He's coming in hot gasolina. Gasolina, gasolina. I love when he calls me bonita. Bonita, si bonita. Oh, you got me like, tomame, tomame. Soy el agua por tu ser. Tomame, tomame. Suave, suave, otra vez. Acércate a mí ahora. Yeah, you got me feeling loca. Tomame, tomame. Suave, suave, otra vez. Suave, otra vez. Suave, suave, otra vez. Acércate a mí ahora. Yeah, you got me feeling loca. Tomame, tomame. Suave, suave, otra vez. Suave, otra vez. Suave, suave, otra vez. Tomame, tomame, soy el agua por tu ser. Tomame, tomame, suave, suave, otra vez. Suave, otra vez. Suave, suave, otra vez. Met a boy in Ibiza, but the boy was a cheater. I think Estás muy bonita, bonita, sí, bonita. Emocional, ma non voglio contar só bel vou viver a minha vida da som e na fonte dos tu casa te dá dia não dá Emocional, ma non voglio contar só bel vou viver a minha vida da som e na fonte dos tu casa te dá dia não dá Emocional, ma non voglio contar só bel
Crazy week for clowns making absolute fools of themselves at sporting events in the stands. We had the Polish millionaire
Energy Investment Conference in Denver. Where's climate activists go wild? Uh-oh. Energy Investment Conference in Denver. Where's Denver? Nobody cares. What are they doing?
Hey, fossil game is over. Time to put down the cards. There's no more gambling with our future. The people are shutting down this poker tournament.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put people like her in a institution. They're gonna be safe. You know, whenever I see a person like this out in the wild, just doing this to themselves, I think to myself, it's kind of like whenever PETA releases a bunch of farm animals. They're like inside of a farm for like a slaughterhouse. It's like a cow farm. And they release all the cows out into the wild and then all the cows die. That's where we're at. There are two groups of people in this world that cause all of our problems. Climate activists go wild. Uh-oh. Energy Investment Conference in Denver. Where's Denver? Nobody cares. What are they doing?
Hey, fossil game is over. Time to put down the cards. There's no more gambling with our future. The people are shutting down this poker tournament.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put people like her in a institution. They're gonna be safe. You know, whenever I see a person like this out in the wild, just doing this to themselves, I think to myself, it's kind of like whenever PETA releases a bunch of farm animals. They're like inside of a farm for like a slaughterhouse. It's like a cow farm. And they release all the cows out into the wild and then all the cows die. That's where we're at. There are two groups of people in this world that cause all of our problems. Climate activists go wild. Uh-oh. Energy Investment Conference in Denver. Where's Denver? Nobody cares. What are they doing?
Hey, fossil game is over. Time to put down the cards. There's no more gambling with our future. The people are shutting down this poker tournament.
So what we're gonna do is
favorite YouTubers were charged for their crimes, from a YouTuber speeding in a school zone to another getting banned from half the world. I'm breaking down their craziest moments and the legal consequences, starting with Mr. Beast. In December 2022, Mr. Beast uploaded a video that skyrocketed to over 1.4 billion views. In it, he challenges someone.
If I give you $300, would you fly to Paris and bring me back a baguette?
Flight included?
Yes.
He's thinking about it. Oh, he stuck him in the economy? Come on, Mr. Beast.
I can't believe she's actually getting 12 baguettes right now.
I hope Mr. Beast is hungry.
Oh, there it is. But here's the issue. That last part, it's illegal. Right here, this shot of the Eiffel Tower lit up at night is where things get tricky.
How is that illegal?
Well, France has a unique copyright law. Most countries allow you to film buildings that are visible from public spaces, a concept called freedom of panorama. France does not. For some monuments, you have to wait until their copyright protection ends, which is 70 years after the creator's death. The Eiffel Tower's copyright actually expired in 1993, but the lights they added in 1985 are still protected. What does that mean? Well, as a tourist, taking a photo for personal use is totally fine. But if you're a YouTuber like Mr. Beast, using footage of the lights to make money through views on the video violates French copyright law. So technically, Mr. Beast broke the law. And if the company that operates the Eiffel Tower decided to enforce it, he could face fines up to 300,000 euros and up to 3 years in prison.
Do you think they'll actually go after him?
I mean, probably not, as they don't seem overly concerned with enforcing the rule. And even if they did, he likely wouldn't face any fines and would instead just receive a cease and desist letter asking him to take the video down. However, the same cannot be said for some of the YouTubers I'll be covering later in this video who committed much more serious crimes, such as a YouTuber who physically assaulted someone and another who put his cameraman and many others in serious danger. But first, I want to talk about a YouTuber who may have gotten himself banned from half the world. It's the second half of 2024, and insanely popular YouTuber IShowSpeed is traveling the globe on a chaotic world tour. From crashing a tuk-tuk in Thailand, to sparring in Greek street boxing matches, and even learning the hard way why you shouldn't enter the personal space of a dog in South Korea. Oh man. But the trouble doesn't start in any of these countries. Instead, it begins in a country many people overlook, New Zealand. Most tourist visas allow visits for up to 3 months, but they don't allow working or earning money. To work, you need a special work visa designed for traditional jobs, like being a lawyer or teacher. What lawmakers didn't expect back when these laws were created was that someone like IShowSpeed could arrive and work anywhere as long as they had their computer, phone, and an internet connection. New Zealand's government is now investigating whether Speed violated immigration law. If they determine he did, there are 2 potential consequences. First, he could owe taxes on the money he earned while streaming there, as New Zealand and most other countries follow the 183-day rule. This rule states that taxes are only owed on income that you earn in a country if you have lived there for more than 183 days within a year. But seeing as Speed wasn't in New Zealand for 183 days, the more likely consequence, if he's found violating immigration law, is a fine up to $3,000 and a complete ban from re-entering the country. But that's not the biggest problem. If one country rules against him, others could follow. So far, Speed has streamed in over 17 European countries and 6 in Asia, and he's planning a South American tour. All these places have similar visa laws, which means Speed could suddenly be banned from half the world. That's crazy. Next, let's talk about Jesse from Nelk. In 2017, he and his team came up with a prank to enter a Bass Pro Shop in Ontario, pretend to be a fisherman, and try hooking a monster catch in the store's giant fish tank.
Wait, he actually tried to cast a line into their fish tank?
Yep. I mean, I get the excitement, but if you want to catch big fish without getting kicked out of a store, just play Fishing Clash instead. No security guards, no angry employees, just world-class fishing spots like Florida's coast and the Kenai River, right from your phone. Now, as Jesse walked up to the front entrance with a fishing rod over his shoulder, an employee stopped him and immediately told him not to enter. But Jesse continued trying to go inside, claiming there was a lake in the store. He continued trying right up until another employee and even a security guard told him and his team to leave. His friends laughed, but the staff didn't.
He needs better friends.
I actually heard he left the Nell group, kind of like how you dropped our group call after I beat you in Fishing Clash. Playing with friends, family, and 50 million other people in daily events and competitions is what I love about Fishing Clash. While most people would have gone straight home after being asked multiple times to leave, Jesse didn't. Instead, he and his team lingered in the parking lot, laughing about the situation with fans, prompting the security guard to tell him to leave again. This is a problem because under Canadian law, this parking lot is still considered private property, and if you refuse to leave private property after being told to do so, you're breaking the law by trespassing. Speaking of big, that's another reason I love playing Fishing Clash. I can upgrade my rod and equipment, collect rare lures, and aim to catch the biggest fish from over 100 different species. That's something my friend Joel here isn't so great at, right Joel?
Oh, man.
Anyways, it gets worse for Jesse, as alongside trespassing, attempting to fish inside a store and pretending to fish in the parking lot, especially with a hook on the line, could be considered mischief if it disrupts business or puts other customers at risk. Oh, and for anyone wishing to join me in Fishing Clash, download the game using the link in the description below. Scan the QR code on the screen, or use the code LawByMike to claim a $20 value reward and a unique avatar for free.
So what's the fine for Jesse?
Well, Canada would likely consider this a summary offense, which means he could face up to a $5,000 fine and up to 6 months in prison. But given the circumstances, he'd likely just get slapped with a small fine. I think something like this happening would cause Jesse's fans to be pretty upset. However, I don't think this next YouTuber got quite the same support from his fans. Next is the biggest tech YouTuber in the world, Marques Brownlee, who posted crisp footage of the inside of his Lamborghini while driving until it reveals something else. He's speeding. The posted speed limit is 35 miles per hour, but Marques's dashboard clearly shows 96 miles per hour at one point, 61 miles over the limit. His team tried blurring the main speedometer, but forgot there were 2 other displays still in plain view. He even flies past a school crossing sign. Many of Marques's fans argued he committed a crime and should face consequences, and they'd be right. Under New Jersey law, the state where Marques lives, going 35 miles per hour over the speed limit is illegal, and there's a sliding scale for fines and points. But at 61 miles per hour over, he likely crossed into reckless driving territory. For a first reckless driving offense in New Jersey, penalties can include up to 60 days in jail, a fine up to $200, and a penalty on your driver's license. If it's not your first offense, jail time can extend up to 3 months, with fines up to $500. Marques quickly apologized on Twitter, owning up to his mistake. While some people were willing to move on, others were not so forgiving, unlike the next YouTuber, whose actions were met with surprising approval. In June 2024, fitness YouTuber Bradley Martin streamed with Stable Ronaldo at Bradley's Zoo Culture gym. Let's watch the clip. Oh man, that looked like it hurt. Yeah, he can definitely get in trouble for that. That is definitely battery. I remember when this happened. Some people online argued that Bradley overreacted, while others believed Ronaldo shouldn't have touched his hat, especially since Bradley is 3 times his size. But did Bradley commit a crime? Under California's right to defend personal property law, force is allowed if there's an immediate threat and the response is reasonable. However, since Ronaldo wasn't likely to destroy the hat, Bradley's reaction might be considered excessive. The police and courts take battery charges very seriously. If Bradley was charged, the burden would then fall on him to justify that the force he used was reasonable. Since Ronaldo wasn't armed, didn't pose any immediate threat to his property, and considering Bradley's massive size advantage, it's likely that he'd be found guilty of misdemeanor battery. In California, this carries a sentence of up to 6 months in jail and a $2,000 fine. Up next is Juan Gonzalez, a YouTuber who went viral for his prank video, cutting people's earphones, then giving them AirPods. In the video, Juan sneaks up on college students, snips their headphones without them noticing, and then offers a replacement, sometimes a similar pair, but often a pricier upgrade like AirPods Max. The video took off, sparking a trend. Creators like Young Mooch and Ben Asler jumped on board, posting dozens of similar videos that racked up millions, if not billions of views. For most students, losing cheap headphones in exchange for an expensive upgrade might seem like a win.
Thank you.
It's okay. But legally, it's a different story. In Missouri, where Juan often films, intentionally damaging property worth under $750 is a Class B misdemeanor, punishable by up to 6 months in jail and a $1,000 fine. And that's not the only legal issue here. According to Missouri statutes, you can be charged with assault if you place someone in fear of imminent harm. Most of Juan's pranks don't cross that line until you see this clip, where he holds the scissors near someone's neck, then again here, and again. No one was physically hurt, but from the victim's perspective, it could feel like a serious threat. So Juan could be charged with 4th-degree assault, a Class A misdemeanor carrying up to a year in jail and a $2,000 fine. As expected, these pranks have stirred up major backlash online, but the outrage these YouTubers face is nothing compared to the next creator. On December 4th, 2024, Haley Welch, better known as Hawk2a Girl, launched her Hawk crypto coin. Its market value skyrocketed to $491 million, but crashed 95% within 12 hours, dropping to $60 million. Why is this a problem? Crypto is risky, but investors are now suing Haley, accusing her of a pump and dump scheme, where creators hype up a coin, drive up its price, then sell their shares for a quick profit, leaving others with worthless tokens. If prosecutors prove Haley intentionally scammed her fans, she could face securities fraud charges. Under the Securities Exchange Act of 1934, that can mean up to 20 years in prison and fines up to $5 million. However, as a first-time offender, her punishment would likely be closer to the average for securities fraud, around 46 months in prison. There's debate over whether Haley fully understood her actions, but when it comes to this next YouTuber, the internet agrees. Their crimes were completely out of line. On October 6, 2024, Jack Doherty drove his $200,000 McLaren through the wet streets of Miami with his cameraman Michael David filming. It started innocently until Jack started scrolling his phone at the wheel. Under Florida Statute 316.306, looking at your phone while driving is a non-criminal infraction. A first offense usually means a $30 fine plus court fees, while a second offense can bring a $60 fine, court fees, and a penalty on your driver's license. However, Jack's actions went way beyond just texting. He was also speeding. This combination led to him losing control on the wet road, crashing, and completely totaling his McLaren. Jack walked away without a scratch, but Michael wasn't as lucky. He suffered a serious head injury. Despite this, Jack insisted that Michael keep filming.
You have your film on that phone too.
Because Jack was allegedly speeding and texting, he could face reckless driving charges under Florida Statute 316.192. For a first-time offense, that's a misdemeanor, with up to 90 days in jail and fines up to $500. However, Michael's injury could escalate it to a third-degree felony, punishable by up to 5 years in prison and $5,000 in fines. And that's the reality of how real-life actions can lead to serious legal consequences, even for YouTubers. Thanks to Fishing Clash for supporting this channel. Check them out in the description below. And for more videos like this one, click here or there.
Well, you should obviously take a picture of the vehicle at its point of rest, and you should take pictures of as much damage to the vehicle as you can. The interior of the vehicle could give a lot of clues as well. If you can, you might even want to take a picture of the driver that was involved in the collision.
What about taking pictures of your injuries?
Oh, absolutely. Visible injuries are key at the scene of a collision because they show that you are actually hurt.
It's important to take pictures because some injuries will fade, so you want to take pictures right away. How else can you build a stronger case?
Well, it's always a good idea to call the police and ask them to please prepare a report. The police can be instrumental in taking witness statements, and these witnesses can disappear, within a couple days. Police can also take their own photographs and video of the scene of the incident, which may be crucial in reconstructing what happened at the time of the crash. Another good tip would be to look around at nearby businesses to see if any of them have surveillance cameras, because a lot of times gas stations and gyms that are nearby the scene of an accident have those cameras, and they show you exactly how the accident happened.
So don't say sorry, document everything, and try to get a police report whenever possible. But what if you're driving home and those red and blue lights pop up behind you? I'm here with Pablo Pinasco. He's helped thousands of people get out of speeding tickets, and we went to law school together. Thanks for being here, Pablo. So tell me, Pablo, what do you do when the cops are behind you like this?
First, don't start digging around too soon. Moving early makes you look suspicious. Wait for the officer to get to the car and ask for permission.
Don't reach without asking for permission. It's important for your safety and to keep the officers calm.
Yeah, they might think you're hiding something or reach you for a weapon. You want to keep the officer comfortable and keep yourself safe.
Any other tips to not get that speeding ticket?
Yeah, you don't want to make yourself a target, so limo tent is a bad idea. A sticker that says "catch me if you can," I wouldn't put that on my car.
All right, Pablo, let's say the officer writes me a ticket. Here it is. What should I look for?
So you want to make sure you check the important information. Is your name right? Are they writing the right type of violation? Did they leave any important information off the ticket? Any of these things could get your case dismissed. I've seen a lot of tickets where people are cited for the wrong violation, and they can't fix that if you're at court at trial. It's too late. You get a dismissal.
So check your ticket. Any other tips for getting your ticket dismissed?
The easiest way is if the cop doesn't show up. In a lot of courts, you get a chance to get an extension. Use that extension, delay the case, and maybe the cop forgets about it, and you win.
Thanks, Pablo.
Thanks, Mike.
After that, I headed to a nearby convenience store to meet up with a lottery lawyer. He's gonna walk us through what to do if you ever win millions. I'm here with Gary Markarian, a lottery and tax attorney. Now, Gary,
what happens if I heat up this rubber band? When you heat materials like glass or plastic, the atoms vibrate faster. They get slightly farther apart, and this reduces intermolecular forces. So the material gets weaker. Under tension, it stretches. But when I heat up this rubber band, the opposite happens. It actually pulls more strongly. The rubber band contracts and the weight goes up. So why does this happen? Well, rubber is unlike any other material. It's waterproof. As it's breaking, it actually becomes tougher, and it can stretch up to 10 times its length and bounce back, no worse for wear. These properties have made it essential for modern life. It forms the tubes and seals that carry our gas and water, the belts that drive our motors, and the tires on our cars, trucks, and planes. Even trains use rubber in their suspension systems. It's a perfectly engineered material, but we didn't invent it. All of our most durable rubber still comes from a single natural source: this tree. It's a source at risk of being wiped out, and if that happens, the results could be devastating.
You're talking about a complete global societal meltdown.
This could be considered a national security issue.
You wouldn't think that we're so dependent on this thing.
Well, we are, and most people don't know that. They're waiting for a disaster to happen.
Rubber comes from the Brazilian rubber tree. As early as 1600 BC, Mesoamericans cut the bark to release this milky white liquid, now known as latex. They noticed that if they let it dry, it turned into this stretchy, waterproof, solid lump. To see this in person, we sent Veritasium producer and mechanical engineer Henry Van Dyke to the Akron Research and Development Laboratory, where they specialize in all things rubber.
In just all these racks, even though they look solid, they're all flowing right now.
Really?
If you look behind one of these racks, you can see these are actually dripping.
Oh, wow.
They're flowing slower than we can perceive.
Unprocessed rubber is not the rubber we're used to. It slowly flows and can't maintain its shape. So how do you get this weird material in the first place? Well, just underneath the bark are special tube-like cells that carry the latex. Floating around inside are lots of isopentenyl pyrophosphate, or IPP. This is the building block or monomer of rubber. In fact, IPP is found everywhere in nature, including inside you.
Huge amounts of us are dependent upon that little molecule. We make short-chain rubber in our livers. It's called dolichol. You're busily making rubber. You are a rubber factory.
What do you mean? Why am I making rubber?
It's essential for cell membranes.
Special builder enzymes grab these monomers to build this long chain with over 10,000 monomers. They build a polymer. This is rubber.
So I get students to think about, if this is a carbon atom, and then I've got my next carbon atom along the chain next to it, yeah? And then I've got my next carbon atom. How many do we have to make up the whole length of the chain? Well, we've got tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of carbons along the backbone. You start going kilometers in distance from end to end if each atom is the size of this tennis ball.
But the polymers aren't stretched out from end to end like that. Instead, they're all coiled up.
If you imagine the room that I'm in right now, and I had the first ball here in the middle, the chances of the end of the chain leaving this room is quite small.
So after you've dried out the latex, you're left with raw rubber, a jumble of all these polymers. And this is why it's flowing, because over time, all those polymers slowly slide past each other. Now, when you pull on the rubber and let go, it bounces back. So why is this? At room temperature, rubber's polymer chains are constantly vibrating and bumping into each other. And other smaller molecules, like air molecules or trapped water molecules, also jostle around and bump into the chains. Now, when you stretch rubber, these chains straighten out. But as you're doing this, those chains are still being bombarded by these smaller molecules. So when you release that stress, there's nothing holding those chains aligned anymore. And the constant bombardment from the smaller molecules and the other chains kinks those chains back up. So the rubber snaps back to its original size. And if you heat the rubber up, well then everything is vibrating faster, and so the chains are gonna get kinked up even more, so the rubber pulls back stronger. This is why when you heat up rubber, it shrinks.
Rubber band's fascinating to think that when they're sitting on an old package of papers for a long time, holding those papers together, it's done by a perpetual pounding of the atoms against these chains to hold it, trying to kink them and trying to kink them.
But there's also another reason why rubber is so stretchy. If you zoom in on a chain, you'll see that the monomers are attached to each other on the same side of the double bond. This is called cis attachment, and it affects how the chain folds. On each monomer, there are 3 single bonds that can rotate to be at an angle or in line. But these carbons with 2 hydrogens take up a lot of space, so it's favorable for at least one of these bonds to be at an angle. That makes the polymer wiggle in and out like a folded ribbon. So when you pull on a piece of rubber, first all the polymers line up, but then each chain also unfolds. The wiggle makes rubber extra stretchy. But this state is very rare. All 3 bonds lined up is only one possible arrangement for any monomer. And one polymer usually has thousands of monomers. So after you release the stress, the chain goes from an improbable state, completely aligned, to a more probable one, with wiggles. The chain itself bounces back. This is where rubber gets its elasticity from. So natural rubber straight from the tree is already stretchy. It's also waterproof since all those chains are just a bunch of carbon and hydrogen atoms, which are hydrophobic. But as we've seen, it eventually loses its shape. Plus, if you stretch it too much, it breaks quite easily. So we need to do more to get the rubber we're used to today. Early Mesoamericans improved the rubber slightly by mixing the latex with juice from the tropical morning glory, a local flower. And they used this to form sandals, bottles, and balls. But for the next 3,000 years, to the rest of the world, rubber was little more than a curiosity. Then, in 1770, a piece of natural latex made its way to English chemist Joseph Priestley. And he took this piece and used it to try to erase pencil marks. He noticed that it easily, quote, rubbed them away. In the following decades, people started exploring other applications. Up until then, people used to waterproof fabric with oil, wax, or tar. But some oils were extremely flammable and prone to spontaneous combustion, and wax or tar would eventually crack with movement. Similarly, there were no real good flexible materials at the time. Leather was the best option, but it had little give. Rubber had the potential to fix all those problems. So for the next 50 years, the use of rubber exploded. In England, people made waterproof clothing. And by the late 1820s, the rubber craze hit the US when everyone wanted their own pair of Brazilian waterproof boots. Factories sprang up all across the country to make new rubber products, including one New England factory called the Roxbury India Rubber Company.
In the spring of 1834, things were looking great for the company. The previous fall, they had sold over $20,000 worth of goods, rubber coats, shoes, and the like. But as the summer came round, problems started to emerge.
They used to rubberize the fabric to make it water resistant, which was fine until you sat down on a wooden bench on a hot day and you stuck to it.
See, all natural rubber has a critical weakness. It's extremely sensitive to temperature changes. It melts when it gets too hot, and it freezes and becomes brittle when it gets too cold.
This made the coats and shoes practically useless during the hot summer, so customers returned their items en masse.
Then things went from bad to worse. One day, the Roxbury manager visited the warehouse. When he opened the door, he didn't see their newest products. Instead, he was met with a foul smell and a molten, gooey mess that covered the entire warehouse. In fact, when we ordered some raw rubber, we were in for a similar nasty surprise.
Oh, that is disgusting.
The summer heat melted their rubber products, and they started rotting. The sludge stank so badly the manager had the employees secretly bury it at night.
But later in that horrible summer, the manager got a visit from a man named Charles. Charles' previous business had gone bankrupt, and he was deeply in debt.
He stumbled upon a rubber life preserver, and he thought he could make a better valve.
He pitched the Roxbury manager on his new design, hoping to pay back his lenders. The manager was impressed, but couldn't buy Charles's work. He showed Charles the warehouse full of rotten rubber. Rubber had potential, but in its current form, it was just too problematic. However, he said if anyone could figure out how to make rubber stable in a wider temperature range and non-sticky, well, then that person would stand to make a ton of money. So Charles was determined to become that person. But when he returned home to start his experiments, he was met by an angry creditor who threw Charles into debtor's prison for unpaid loans. Charles asked his wife to bring him raw rubber and her rolling pin. There, in his jail cell, he started adding different compounds into raw rubber.
If rubber was naturally sticky, then why couldn't you add dry powders to absorb that stickiness? So he tried adding magnesia, and he got a smooth, non-sticky rubber. But over time, the stickiness returned. After his release, he tested the wear and tear of his rubber compounds by walking around in all rubber outfits.
His hands were always covered with gum elastic. He playfully said that the only way to rub rubber off was by rubbing more on.
Some mixtures showed promise, but eventually they'd all rot into a sticky mess. So he kept borrowing money to fund his experiments, but because his mixtures all eventually failed, he ended up in debtor's prison so many times that he jokingly called it his hotel.
But Charles refused to give up. When a friend told him rubber is dead, Charles replied, "I am the man to bring it back." In the summer of 1838, he met Nathaniel Hayward, a businessman and inventor. Hayward had done his own experiments with rubber. At one point, he laid out a sheet of rubber and sprinkled on sulfur powder. And when he let this sheet set in the sun, he noticed that it hardened and had a smooth and non-sticky surface.
But eventually, it would still melt in the heat and freeze in the cold.
He offered his process to his previous company, but it was so horribly smelly that they rejected it. But Charles saw the possibilities. So he helped Hayward get a patent, and then he bought it so that he could use it in his own experiments. Then one day in the winter of 1839, Charles accidentally dropped a piece of rubber mixed with sulfur on a hot stove. When he went to scrape it off, he found that instead of melting, it had charred and hardened. His daughter later said, "As I was passing in and out of the room, I casually observed the little piece of gum which he was holding near the fire, and he was unusually animated by some discovery which he had made. He nailed the piece of gum outside the kitchen door in the intense cold. In the morning, he brought it in, holding it up exultingly. He had found it perfectly flexible, as it was when he put it out.
So he had made a new rubber with completely different properties, one that seemed to be temperature resistant and much stronger. In fact, we're going to test out unprocessed rubber against rubber processed in this way.
Okay, so this is uncured rubber, and I'm gonna see how far I can pull it.
Uncured rubber is very soft and stretches really far before easily breaking.
It's gonna hurt.
We need to cure it.
What does it smell like to you?
Smells like a barbecue.
This smells like a barbecue. The smell of rubber does not seem to be natural. Like it smells very chemically, like it was made in a factory.
Yeah, so when I was in the factory and I saw the natural rubber, it smelled just like a barbecue. And the reason is they take the sap from the rubber tree, which is latex, and then they smoke it.
They're smoking it?
Yeah.
Like you'd smoke some salmon?
Yeah.
They smoke the rubber sheets to get rid of excess moisture and to preserve it by getting rid of the bacteria. This gives most natural rubber a sort of brownish color.
So, step one, add the rubber. One at a time.
Next, you add several powders, including sulfur. Everything is mixed and heated to get a much stronger rubber.
Just pull it straight off.
That's what. Yeah, no, we can go.
Pretty tough.
It is tough. Now it's like wicked hard. Yeah.
Now, at 393 kilopascals, the uncured rubber broke after extending just under 900% of its original length. At the same stress, the cured rubber had only stretched around 5%. It eventually broke at 14.1 megapascals, after stretching nearly 600% of its original length. So what was it about sulfur and heat that changed the properties so dramatically?
Well, chemically, sulfur powder is just rings of 8 sulfur atoms. On the hot stove, the sulfur ring broke apart into smaller pieces. And now those sulfur atoms, or sulfur chains, have free bonding sites, so they look for places to attach. What likely happened is they grabbed onto a carbon atom from a rubber chain, breaking its double bond and attached itself. Then with another free bonding site, it grabbed onto a carbon atom from a different rubber chain, breaking its double bond and linking the 2 rubber chains together. This cross-linking forms flexible bridges of 1, 2, or even more sulfur atoms in a row. Now think about what this does to the rubber. Instead of each chain being loose and slippery like spaghetti, they're tied together in a flexible but connected network. So now, if rubber sits out in the sun on a hot summer's day, the tight bonds prevent it from melting. And in the cold, the cross-links make it harder for the rubber to fully freeze, so it's less brittle and harder to break. And when you pull on the rubber, the chains stretch just as before. But as you release it, everything returns to its original position because it's all connected. So the crosslinks make the rubber stronger, more resistant to temperature changes, and more elastic. In fact, by tweaking the number and properties of these crosslinks, you can change the properties of rubber. If you have a lot of crosslinks, all the rubber chains are bound tightly together, so the rubber becomes harder and stiffer. Great for things like shoe soles and tires that need to be durable but still a little flexible. If you have shorter crosslinks, each link is harder to break, so the rubber is more resistant to heat and weathering. This is useful for seals and insulators. And if you have longer crosslinks, the rubber chains can move more freely, so you can stretch it more before it breaks. That's perfect in the medical field for soft and flexible applications.
So the crosslinks are essential to stabilizing rubber. When Hayward sprinkled sulfur powder on rubber sheets, the heat from the sun did cause some cross-linking, but only on the surface. When Charles kneaded in sulfur and then heated the entire mixture, the crosslinks grew throughout the entire sample. So now the results were much better. Eventually, this process was called vulcanization, after the Roman god Vulcan, who was associated with heat and sulfur in volcanoes.
Over the next 5 years, Charles perfected his method of vulcanization, and then he patented it in 1844. With this, he transformed rubber from a curiosity into a material of endless possibilities.
Little did he know that he actually wasn't the first to discover it.
The Mayans or the Aztecs created rubber. Were they also vulcanizing rubber, or was this the...
They actually were.
In fact, Charles' discovery was very similar to what the Mesoamericans had been doing for thousands of years.
They'd taken the juice from the morning glory, which contained sulfur, mixed it with natural latex, and then by laying it out in the sun, it would heat up and actually naturally create the crosslinks that he discovered in his kitchen.
Why did the Europeans, why did they have to reinvent the whole thing? Why did they just ask
Well,
them?
they hadn't even noticed, I don't think.
No.
In the decades after Charles's invention, tons and tons of products were invented or improved with rubber.
Richards makes bold claim he could cross Pacific in this outfit.
The inflatable bicycle tire arrived in 1888, the first rubber gloves for medical purposes in 1890, and the first car tire in 1895. And all of this was thanks to Charles' invention.
But despite almost single-handedly transforming the rubber industry, he never made much money. I mean, he spent thousands of dollars defending his inventions in patent disputes. And when he passed away in 1860 at the age of 59, he was over $200,000 in debt. That would be around $7.7 million today.
38 years later, American entrepreneur Frank Sieberling founded a tire company and decided to name it in honor of rubber's inventor, Charles Goodyear. Today, the Goodyear company makes $18.9 billion a year in revenue, and it's the third largest tire manufacturer in the world. For the past 100 years, tires have consumed the most natural rubber out of any application. But vulcanized rubber alone isn't strong enough and would wear down quickly, lasting only around 8,000 kilometers. So in the early 1900s, car and tire companies started experimenting with additives, including something called carbon black.
So in natural rubber, we got carbon black reinforcement, which is going to add the cross-linking.
This doesn't do the cross-linking.
No, it doesn't?
So this is the reinforcement and filler. This makes it durable and resilient.
Nowadays, passenger car tires last about 100,000 kilometers. Carbon black is what gives them their color and durability.
But carbon black has another benefit. It conducts electricity.
That's hugely important because as you're driving down the road, you're charging up the vehicle. If you didn't dissipate that static charge, then you get a shock when you earth the car, when you touch the car.
But later, some companies wondered if they could reduce rolling friction by using a different additive. So they tried silica instead, making a whitish-looking tire. But silica is a poor conductor, and rubber itself is an insulator. So now, as the car moved, it would slowly build up charge.
As you go to refuel the car, you have a highly charged, static electricity charged vehicle. You put an earthed conductor, the fuel hose, into the tank. You create a spark in the tank, the car explodes. There's a very vital characteristic of tires is that they should be conductive. The other benefit is if you're in a thunderstorm and you're struck by lightning, the lightning will hit the car, it will act as a Faraday cage, it will completely protect you, and it will dissipate down to the ground.
So people have stuck to using carbon black for most of the tire and only a little silica in the treads.
And since Goodyear's invention, we've made over 70 billion tires. If they were stacked on top of each other, they could go to the moon and back 21 times.
And almost all of these tires needed natural rubber. But fueling the rubber boom came at a price, especially early on. In the late 19th century, the Amazon region supplied over 90% of the world's rubber. But wild rubber trees were often separated by hundreds of meters. So to keep up with growing demand, rubber barons began to exploit natives, killing roughly 40,000 people in the Putumayo region alone, and likely over 100,000 across the wider Amazon region between 1879 and 1911. The humanitarian activist Roger Casement said that it was first called India rubber because it came from the Indies, and the earliest European use of it was to rub out or erase. It is now called India rubber because it rubs out or erases the Indians.
It is one of the most appalling instances of genocide and sickening ill treatment of native peoples.
But other countries like England weren't happy with Brazil's monopoly. So in 1876, the biopirate Henry Wickham managed to smuggle 70,000 rubber seeds back to England. The British Empire planted these seeds all over Southeast Asia, which had a similar climate. Only now, instead of having just a few rubber trees here and there, they made farms of acres and acres of nothing but rubber trees. These plantations produced far more than the Amazon. Brazil's share of the rubber supply dropped from over 80% in 1907 to 1.6% just over 3 decades later. By the mid-1930s, over 90% of all rubber came from the British colonies in Southeast Asia. And 2/3 of that rubber went into making car tires. One of the largest car manufacturers at the time was Ford, which made an average of 1.5 million cars every year. And Henry Ford wasn't comfortable with England's monopoly. So in 1928, he bought 10,000 square kilometers of land from the Brazilian government to build a utopian town. He called it Fordlandia. It had Cape Cod cottages, a hospital, swimming pools, a golf course, and little red fire hydrants. It was an American city in the middle of the Amazon. It could house 10,000 people, all working to plant millions of rubber trees.
Ford Plantation is a successful enterprise, a tribute to skill and science.
But in the early 1930s, things started to go wrong. Every morning, the workers would wake up, walk to the line of rubber trees, and they'd notice black spots. Just a few at first, little specks on the undersides of the leaves like flecks of soot, but by the afternoon, they'd spread to cover the leaves entirely. And the next morning, the leaves were falling off. Shortly after that, the tree died. Every day, another row of trees was infected and dying.
People who've seen it say it looks like a fire front. You have the infected trees, and it's green on one side and black on the other. And you see that black line move day by day. You could virtually watch it move, leaving dead trees behind it.
The trees were infected by the South American leaf blight, a fungus native to South America. This blight ruined the 3.6 million rubber trees from Ford's plantations by the early 1940s, turning it into a disaster. When planting his rubber trees, instead of separating them by hundreds of meters like they were in the wild, he planted them several meters apart, 200,000 of them.
They're all touching. The roots are touching, the leaves are touching, the branches are touching. And so it's just like a plague runs straight through the plantation.
Ford tried relocating the project to a town downstream, Belterra, planting another 16,000 acres with rubber trees. But these too all died.
Ford's son eventually abandoned the project in 1945. The Fordlandia buildings still stand in Brazil, abandoned.
And to this day, there is no cure for the leaf blight.
The blight is so fatal to rubber trees, they can't grow in plantations in their native country.
That's why South America makes up less than 2% of the rubber supply. Over 90% comes from Asia, which is why it is so essential to prevent the spread of the leaf blight to Southeast Asia.
Virtually all of the rubber trees in Southeast Asia came from those seeds Henry Wickham stole, and newer trees are just clones of the old ones. So the farms are essentially just one big monoculture.
As a consequence of that, we are particularly prone to potential outbreaks of funguses and things like that. If you get a fungal infection in Malaysia, then you would end up dramatically reducing global production of rubber.
So what's the outcome if we were cut off from rubber?
If SAL gets established in Southeast Asia and you lose natural rubber, then you're talking about a complete global societal meltdown. You're left now with making synthetic rubber tires at the most. Worst case, they can't make them. You can't make a truck tire. You won't have any airplanes. But the real potential is urban famine. Over 50% of the world's population is in cities. How will you move food into the cities to feed them?
But something like this did wipe out a large part of the rubber supply just 6 years ago.
In 2019, 2 different diseases jumped from palm trees to rubber trees in Thailand.
In 6 months, these diseases had spread across 7 countries and 1 million acres of trees. And the next year saw a 10% drop in production.
And the only reason it didn't destroy more trees was because of a different outbreak that we all remember.
COVID comes in early 2020. It stopped the spread of these diseases as a byproduct of trying to stop the spread of COVID. If COVID hadn't hit there, how far would that have gone? How many more millions of acres would have, in effect, been killed or seriously compromised by these 2 leaf blights?
Granted, it's hard to predict what would happen if we ran out of natural rubber. Some say the impact could be catastrophic. Grounded planes, failed railways, even famine. And any disruption to the oil supply chain would send shockwaves through synthetic rubber products. But oil is such a polarizing and politically charged topic, deeply tied to global power struggles and hidden incentives, that it's hard to know what's truly at stake. That's why we specifically asked Ground News to sponsor this video. They gather news sources from around the world in one spot, so you can read about the same issue from different perspectives with the context needed to separate facts from politics. For example, Iran controls a single strait that handles roughly 20% of the world's oil. What happens when they threaten to close it amid US strikes on their nuclear sites? Well, on the topic, USA Today ran, "Oil hits 5-month high after US strikes key Iranian nuclear sites." But the New York Post led with, "US stocks surge after restrained Iran attack on US base." One headline warned of a looming energy crisis, the other, "Stock market rally and strategic restraint." It's the same event, but completely different conclusions. In times of uncertainty, knowing who is telling you the story and why is just as important as knowing what actually happened. Ground News helps you do that by showing you the split headlines and surfacing stories hidden from your usual news feeds due to bias through their blind spot feed. In fact, the Nobel Peace Center called Ground News an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and to expand your worldview. And I agree. If we want to properly understand the crises affecting us here at home and around the world, we need better tools. And I can't recommend Ground News as that tool enough. So visit ground.news/VE or scan the QR code here to subscribe for a 40% discount off their Vantage plan, but only with our link, ground.news/VE. I'd like to thank Ground News for sponsoring this video, and now, back to rubber.
We take natural rubber for granted in a huge number of different products. So if you take a typical car, there's something close to 250 to 300 rubber components within the car. You would have a nightmare trying to re-engineer all of those out of synthetic materials.
If we were to lose natural rubber and just rely on synthetic rubber, would it still be possible to do those applications?
So this has happened in the past. If you think about it, all of these synthetic polymers come from that initial thought process that we can't get natural rubber, we have to create other stuff. It's a national security issue.
That's wild.
You're just like, oh, it's a tire, but think about it. If you don't have tires, you can't move a military.
Yeah. The obvious question is, if natural rubber is so great, why can't we just replicate it in the lab? And that's the exact thing that the US tried when during the Second World War, Japan cut it off from roughly 97% of the world's natural rubber supply.
Modern wars cannot be won without rubber.
What then happened was an enormous investment by the US, equivalent to $11.1 billion in today's terms, into synthetic rubber and growing alternative natural rubber crops.
That's roughly a third of the Manhattan Project. It was a complete gamble, but the 4 big US tire companies were able to improve and manufacture a synthetic rubber called styrene butadiene in less than 3 years. Unlike natural rubber, styrene butadiene is made from 2 monomers, roughly 25% styrene and 75% butadiene. Both usually come from crude oil refining. The monomers are dispersed in water and combine into long chains in a random arrangement. Then the rubber is vulcanized. Now, compared to natural rubber, it doesn't wear down as quickly under friction, but it has a much lower tensile strength. In 1942, the US used 99.6% natural rubber and 0.4% synthetic. But in 1945, it was practically reversed at 14% natural and 86% synthetic. Now, almost 70% of all rubber consumed is synthetic, and the most common one is still styrene butadiene. But there are some things that natural rubber is just better at.
If you think about airplane tires, it's absolutely incredible that they're up there at umpteen degrees below zero before they start to come into land. And then you've got this huge weight of the airplane on these dinky little tires that increase in temperature enormously over an incredibly small space of time. And only natural rubber can do it. So airplane tires are essentially 100% natural rubber, and you can't land if you've got synthetic in the tire.
So what can natural rubber do that we just can't replicate?
Okay, what I want you to think about is you start to stretch it. This first movement, it's very easy to stretch that bit. That first bit, very simple. Now, think about how much force you're using to continue to stretch it.
Yeah, it gets harder.
It gets harder and harder and harder and harder.
Yeah, it could
and then
snap.
eventually you'll get to a break point.
Yeah.
But what's happening, why it's getting harder, is that the rubber is getting stronger as you stretch it.
As you stretch the polymers, they start to align and stick together through weak intermolecular forces called van der Waals forces. When they are packed tightly enough, the polymers freeze together in thin sheet-like crystals aligned in the direction you stretch. And as you keep pulling, more and more polymers join the crystal structure. Each crystal acts as a new crosslink, making the rubber harder and stronger.
That ability to form crystallites prevents tear. So if you have crack propagation, it hits a crystal and can't go any further.
In a sample without a crack, the stress is evenly distributed. But if there is a crack, more load flows right to the edge, so the rubber stretches more. That area forms more crystals, so it becomes harder to break. The crystals stop the crack growth until a threshold is reached, and then it breaks. This is what makes natural rubber so durable. It's self-reinforcing under stress, stopping cracks in their tracks. Under stress, stopping cracks in their tracks.
Crystallization is what makes natural rubber so good for tough applications.
The plane can weigh 500-600 tons. So if you think about that, you've got each tire is taking 20 tons, and it's coming from a very cold temperature up there. Yeah, it's -50, -60. Depending on exactly how high you've been flying, and you go from 0 rotational speed to quite fast, very fast, and you generate a lot of frictional heat really quickly as well. There's a reason why they make tires for planes out of natural rubber, and that's because it's really demanding application. And the crystallization helps a huge amount preserve those tires and help them last.
One study notes that experiment has shown that no detectable crack propagation occurs in rubber undergoing crystallization until the stress is so high as to generate abrupt, catastrophic fracture.
Oh, that was fast.
And then eventually you'll get to a break point. And yeah, you finally overcame it.
When you pull on a rubber sample, you're applying a stress. The polymers realign and the wiggle unfolds, so the piece deforms and gets longer. The per unit change in length is known as strain, and we can plot this on a stress-strain curve. Lots of materials are elastic around low stresses. You stretch it a little, and the spacing between atoms changes. But when you remove the force, it goes back to its original shape. But eventually, you hit a stress where there is permanent deformation. That's called the yield point. The material can't go back to the same shape after, and if you keep going, it will fracture. But the stress-strain curve for rubber is a little weird. It starts out stretching very far with very little force. That's the easy part. But then as you keep pulling, the stress shoots up really fast.
So stretch it fast. What do you notice?
It's a little warm, maybe?
It's hot. It's gone up in temperature by 10 degrees.
That section where it gets really hard to pull it any further and it gets hotter, that's right where rubber starts to crystallize.
This foot-obsessed Florida man was just arrested for aggravated assault after running over a foot model's, you guessed it, feet. I can't say this is a video I was expecting to make, but here we are. Well, this guy from Miami allegedly ran over a woman with his Mercedes-Benz SUV, all because she wouldn't let him smell her feet. Okay, dude. And look, I've heard of bad first dates. Ghosting, sure. Splitting the bill, awkward, but also kind of classic. But you wouldn't let me sniff your feet, so I'm going to run over your feet with my Benz truck. That's a new one for me. So meet El Monsi Circle. I think that's how you say that name. A 28-year-old Florida man who in reality would fit way better on My Strange Addictions than here on this channel, but because he did something so incredibly stupid, I guess he can just join the ranks of a whole bunch of fascinating individuals and be featured here on this channel. So congratulations and welcome. But all of this started off with him linking up with a woman on a dating app called Seeking. He invited her back to a hotel, and I guess she accepted and came along, and within 10 minutes managed to turn this vibe from kind of weird to a crime scene, because dude didn't make it past the "so what do you do for work" stage before whipping out, "Hey, can I smell your feet and buy your smelly sneakers, please?" I'm not joking, that's an alleged quote from him. So the woman, who happened to be a self-described foot model, told him, yeah, okay, that'll be $1,000, which sounds extremely expensive to me, and I guess he thought so too. But what he clearly didn't calculate was the cost of lawyer fees for aggravated battery, because that's way more expensive. But she goes to the bathroom, probably to think over her life choices, and Emonsi, I guess he just bolts. So he runs out of the room like a dude who just got caught watching Feet Finder on his hotel Wi-Fi. She chases him out into the parking lot, thinking that he might have stolen something, and this is where it suddenly becomes the Fast and Feetrious. Yeah, I'll see myself out after that one. But unfortunately, I've only just started the breakdown, and already we have a date that turned into a ban-level foot transaction. But after the foot model chases Almansi, he gets into his red Mercedes SUV and drives past her like he's leaving. But then, I guess he changes his mind and does a perfect three-point turn, comes back towards her, and runs over her feet. So, I guess he was just offended by her pricing, maybe? But also, they were on a literal date. So this could have been free if he just wasn't such a degenerate. But hey, I guess massive win for that woman because at least she dodged that. Well, not the car, but at least the relationship. Because she did end up with road rash, bruises, and injuries across her arms, chest, and back. Almansi, knowing what he just did, floors it, takes off, but here's where things get even dumber because for some reason, he comes back to the same hotel only days later to book another room. I mean, that is almost as stupid as robbing a bank, then opening a checking account with them just a few days later. Hello? Of course the cops are gonna get called. So naturally he gets arrested, slapped with aggravated battery charges, and now has to explain to a judge why his foot obsession escalated into a hit and run. And his bond was set to $3,000, which ironically would be 3 toe sniffing sessions at his last victim's rates.
Sir, would you tell me your name?
Almansi Circle.
Good afternoon, sir. This is case number F25-18759. You're charged with aggravated battery, a second-degree felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison.
I really hope that long pause there was him reflecting on the potential 15-year charge versus what actually got him there in the first place. Because, dude, bad decision-making doesn't even begin to cover what we're just talking about here today.
I find probable cause. He's got an open petty theft. Is that correct?
Yes, he came in on a bench from petty theft. He was given a $1 bond.
All right, I'll set the bond at $3,000 after finding probable cause and a stay-away order from the alleged victim. Good luck to you, sir.
A $3,000 bond after already having a previous charge, no matter how small, is honestly letting him off very easy here. The woman actually told Local 10, I've met a lot of people who are into feet, but nobody has ever done anything to this caliber. Yeah, hopefully that's not a normal reaction to her pricing. I feel like what she means with that, though, is that she's sold shoes to weirdos before, but this is the first time one of them has tried to run over her with a Benz truck rather than just Venmoing her. And here's where it gets spooky, because police say that he's actually linked to other similar attacks, but no official charges have surfaced. So basically, all we have on him is the police saying that he's done similar stuff, but if you look up his record, nothing actually shows. So, as of now, we have an alleged foot bandit, which is a little bit confusing because it could mean a lot of different things. The scale of weird can really vary here. Like, does the cops mean they have other women here going, yeah, that guy, I dated him and he was trying to buy my shoes and then he ended up hitting me with a car as well? Like, what? How is this a common thing? Or who knows? It could just be something like he's a mod on WikiFeed or something like that, because that should be enough to put you on a list. But if you didn't catch it from the hearing clip, Almansi's charges is essentially aggravated battery. Now, in Florida law, that's basically battery, but make it premium. That's like pack-a-punched battery. Regular battery is just touching or striking someone against their will. So I guess a bar fight or a slap or something like that. Whereas aggravated battery is the leveled up version. Like, for example, if you use a deadly weapon, and yes, a Mercedes counts as a deadly weapon. So with that being a felony, that means that prison time is definitely on the menu here. We're not talking community service or write an apology letter. We're talking about up to 15 years in Florida prison with fines up to $10,000. So imagine explaining to your cellmate, hey, what are you in for? Bank robbery. What about you? I hit a girl with my car because she wouldn't let me sniff her toes. Yeah, have fun with that. His best case, if he pleads it down, gets some probation, maybe house arrest, and he has to stay far away from the victim and probably every shoe store within a 10-mile radius. But if he does do a couple years in prison, every dude he'll meet in there will probably know him as the foot guy. But I guess the worst case, if the court actually throws the book at him, max sentence, and his dating app future is the guy with size 11 feet in the next cell. And keep in mind, police hinted that he's linked to other similar incidents, so I mean, if any of these people get attached as patterns of behavior, he could be staring down way more counts. But again, I have no clue on that one because there's no official record of these previous incidents. So Almansi's future is either writing "sorry for this misunderstanding" letters from the halfway house, or just becoming a cautionary tale of don't let what you're absolutely into ruin your life and give you some felonies, because that's absolutely not worth it. Because look, I don't care if you like feet, that's your business, but if you can't handle rejection without turning it into some Mario Kart with human obstacles, that's when you know you've definitely crossed the line. But something about feet just seems that's your business, but if you can't handle rejection without turning it into some Mario Kart with human obstacles, that's when you know you've definitely crossed the line. But something about feet just seems to make guys turn into this next level of crazy. Like, you have this Tahoe foot fondler who went viral. And yes, I'm well aware that sounds like some sort of rejected Batman villain. But picture this, you've dropped some serious money to stay at a luxury resort in Lake Tahoe for the 4th of July. You're thinking fireworks, lake views, and maybe a poolside cocktail. What you're not thinking is, hey, I bet that some dude is gonna sneak in at 4:30 in the morning and start touching up on our feet. Because apparently that was the reality for some very unfortunate guests there. Police say the culprit was a 26-year-old Mark Anthony Gonzalez, now forever branded as the Lake Tahoe foot fondler. Here's how Gonzalez allegedly operated. He scoped out ground floor rooms with unlocked sliding doors, crawled inside like a burglar who skipped all the useful classes, and then instead of stealing valuables, went straight to the feet. And according to investigators, he literally positioned himself at the foot of the bed and started touching the victim's feet. And then the moment the women woke up, he bolted. So now, cops in Nevada say that this guy's crime spree is not even an isolated situation, because back home in California, he was already suspected of trespassing and stealing women's shoes. Authorities even say that his crimes were escalating in nature, meaning this wasn't going to stop at toe tickling. And here's the kicker. He managed to pull this off twice over the holiday weekend, all while law enforcement had actually beefed up their patrols. So you definitely know you've gone full menace to society when cops flood a resort town for the 4th of July and somehow you're still managing to sneak past them just to cradle some feet. Gonzalez is sitting in county
Pretty simple, right? Because the English language is phonetic, this typewriter allows you to write out any English word you could possibly think of. This is a Chinese dictionary. Unlike English, the Chinese language is made up of square-shaped logograms, consisting of different strokes in different positions and different orientations. They are all unique glyphs, and there are over 50,000 of them. Imagine it's the early 1900s and you're a young Chinese engineer trying to come up with a typewriter for the Chinese language. How would you go about doing it? First, although there are over 50,000 characters in the Chinese language, only about several thousand are used regularly. After researching, you find out that most printing presses at the time make do with about 5,000 characters. Now that we've set our sights on 5,000 characters, we should start thinking about how to organize them in a way that's conducive for typing. Before we get started on this, it would be pretty helpful to learn how a typewriter actually works. First, we have the keys, which is where the letters, numbers, and syllables are. Next, we have the carriage, which is the part that holds the paper. The paper is wound around a cylinder which keeps it tight while typing. As for the typing itself, when you strike a key, the corresponding type bar attached to the end of the key swings up. At the end of the type bar, the corresponding letter slug strikes the ink ribbon, leaving the letter on the paper. Now, because the letters and symbols in the English language are limited, around 40 or so, all the type bars can be elegantly stored in a central location. Now imagine trying to fit 5,000 type bars in there. Forget QWERTY, there is absolutely nothing that would save the absolute pain in the derriere this would cause. Now let's go back to the problem at hand. Pain in the derriere this would cause. Now let's go back to the problem at hand. Clearly, we can't design our 5,000 character Chinese typewriter using this method. Luckily for you, you stumble upon a pre-1900s typewriter designed not by a Chinese person, but by an American missionary based in China. DeVello Sheffield, a Presbyterian missionary from New York, Plutarch was frustrated that there was a language barrier between him and his Chinese scribes. A scribe is someone who writes down what you say. And yes, this used to be an actual job. This language barrier often produced inaccurate transcriptions of the Gospel of the Lord, a big no-no. So Sheffield set out to create a device that would stamp out Chinese characters without needing a Chinese scribe.
Activists go wild.
Why would you do this?
How could this happen to you?
There we go.
You gotta be kidding. There you go. There you go. Come on, you got.
Oh, I can't, dude. All I wanted to do was drop.
Bro, this game is so bad.
Dude, he flies away, and he loses no health.
He's so mad playing Donkey Kong.
How do I beat this block?
How do you do this? That is insane. This is the kind of stuff, like, when I see something like this, I think to myself, is he trolling? He's got to be trolling, right? Climate activists go wild. Uh-oh. Energy Investment Conference in Denver. Where's Denver? Nobody cares. What are they doing?
Hey, fossil game is over. Time to put down the cards. There's no more gambling with our future. The people are shutting down this poker tournament.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put people like her in a institution. They're gonna be safe. You know, whenever I see a person like this out in the wild just doing this to themselves, I think to myself, it's kind of like whenever PETA releases a bunch of farm animals. They're like inside of a farm for like a slaughterhouse. It's like a cow farm. And they release all the cows out into the wild, and then all the cows die. That's where we're at. There are two groups of people in this world that cause all of our problems. Climate activists go wild. Uh-oh. Energy Investment Conference in Denver. Where's Denver? Nobody cares. What are they doing?
Hey, fossil game is over.
Easy when you know how. Oh. Oh. Wow. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Look at the box. What's in the box? Wow. Oh, man. It's a scam. What? Is foam? Yep, that's a pretty easy one. Yep, for sure. Okay. Oh, it's gone. Where'd it go? I'm gonna be honest, I still don't get it. Yeah, I still don't get it. Uh-huh. It's the red and blue? Yeah. It's all fake? Oh. It's magnetic. It's chocolate, okay. Yeah. Where'd it go? That's pretty good. What the three-dimensional chocolate? You can do that? Can you imagine having these tricks in like the Middle Ages? Actually, I was gonna say you'd be able to make a lot of money, but actually they'd probably just set you on fire. Easy when you know. This dude is not real. Women's health? Wait, what? What the hell is, what the f is this? What is this? I'm looking at it. I don't even know what I'm seeing. What the hell is this even supposed to be? I'm just confused. Labubu's, yeah. Is he beta maxing? I think he might be. This dude is not real. Women's health? Concord was released 1 year ago today. That is kind of shocking. I feel like it came out like 6 months ago. It's been an entire year. Time flies. Yeah, they say time flies when you're having fun, don't they? Concord was released 1 year ago today. That is kind of shocking. I feel like it came out like 6 months ago. It's been an entire year. Time flies. Yeah, they say time flies when you're having fun, don't they? Concord was released 1 year ago today. Look at Asmon's shirt. Oh, this shirt. Yeah, this is yeah, back whenever I was a bit of an emo kid, a little bit, right? I think I have maybe one or two of like me whenever I was in high school. I was like maybe 17 or something like that at this point. And emo, yeah, just a little bit, right? I think a senior in high school. You had hair? Yeah, I did. That was a very, very long time ago. The guy plays Dungeons and Dragons? No, better than that. I was in the Dungeons and Dragons club in high school, okay? Look at Asmon's shirt. Oh, this shirt. Yeah, this is yeah, back whenever I was a bit of an emo kid.
Can somebody explain to me why everything everywhere has to be gay now? Can I go 2 seconds without some degenerate, non-binary, Hello Kitty ass nonsense in my face telling me how their husband's boyfriend transitioned? I'm sorry if this hurts your fifis, but you can't be gay and masculine.
I don't know about that. I feel like Dion from Final Fantasy 16 was gay and random person. I am working hard to make money. I know people might not believe this, but I actually clean my room every single week. You need to dump. With all the greed we're seeing today, ranging from Blizzard to Nintendo, Team Cherry just announced Silksong will be corrupt Indonesian lawmaker calls protesters subhumanly stupid. Mob responds by looting his mansion as he Baisha is a Chinese Japanese people protesting in their own country. Disgusting. People from the sub always calls these Japanese protesters racist and even called them right-wingers, all while encouraging them to do that due to their low births. Bro, it's not your country. Well, Redditors, you have to understand that, like, if you think you know what's best for your country, you don't. Redditors know what's best for your country, and they're going to tell you what you need to do. Japanese people protesting in their own country. Disgusting. People from the sub always calls these Japanese protesters racist and even called them right-wingers, all while encouraging them to do that due to their low births. Bro, it's not your country. Well, Redditors, you have to understand that, like, if you think you know what's best for your country, you don't. Redditors know what's best for your country, and they're going to tell you what you need to do. Japanese people protesting in their own country. Disgusting. People from the sub always calls these Japanese protesters racist and even... Will you buy Silksong even if it has no reviews on launch? What? Game reviewers begin whining because Team Cherry won't give them early access. How can they sell it without their professional approval? I'm gonna be real, like, that's not even a bad thing. These people, they think that they deserve Not again. Not again.
Black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word a computer is. They don't know. They don't know these.
Do you use deodorant? No, the last time I used deodorant was probably in high school. The reason why I don't is, by the way, do you use deodorant? No, the last time I used deodorant was probably in high school. The reason why I don't is that it's not real. I don't really see the reason for it. I mean, by the way, we have a situation. Asmongold's popularity is a psyop to make racist incels think being a racist incel is popular. These spikes from August 2014 are the first indicator of a botted stream. Basically, what this chart is trying to imply is that the bots that are watching my stream were all created at a certain time period, and because of them all being created at that time period, this indicates they are bots, right? And so we're gonna go and we're gonna look at this, because this is a genuine accusation for me, right? Somebody's actually accusing me of something that I did. These are all the streams that I've done and everything that I've done, period, right? And so we have the first one right here. You can see it's somewhere around November 2022, right? Oh, wow, look at that. It's the one that's the brightest color. I wonder why that is. You can clearly see that right here, there were drops for World of Warcraft that happened. There were a bunch of people who actually followed my stream. 7,000 people followed my stream. This massive creation of accounts and following is created by a third-party source, which was the impulse of people doing it for the drops and not because it was bots. Now, anybody could have figured this out because all you have to do is cross-reference the data and double-check it. This is why I said these people need to be digging potatoes out of the ground. That is their destiny. But now they have the internet and they've got computers and they think they can understand numbers, and before you know it, they're making a fool out of themselves. By the way, we have a situation. Asmongold's popularity. I actually did some weird today. I took a shower. You can believe that. I took a shower in the morning. And so I've been doing a science experiment on myself about whether it's going to like negatively or positively affect me if I take more showers. The current consensus right now, by the way, it doesn't matter. Literally, it has made zero difference in my life. It hasn't improved anything. It hasn't made anything worse. But I do think that I might have a little bit more hair growing back, right? I don't know yet. Start cutting hair, so you know? Yeah, I stopped at 3. That was it. I didn't lose count. I ran out. I actually did some weird today. I took a shower. You can believe that. I took a shower in the guys versus girls when they visit the beach. What's this? Nah, bro. Like this, nah.
Now, in the light of day, the young are extremely vulnerable.
A turtle made it to the water.
They must get to the sea as soon as possible.
This is a really good idea. You could have like a competition for this. Oh, wow. This is the reason why men are better than women. You can see this right here. Can you guys tell? It's so obvious, isn't it? Guys versus girls when they visit the beach. What's this? Nah, bro. Like this, nah.
Now, in the light of day, the young are extremely vulnerable.
A turtle made it to the water.
They must get to the sea as soon as possible.
This is a really good idea. You could have like a competition for this. Oh, wow. This is the reason why men are better than women. You can see this right here. Can you guys tell? It's so obvious, isn't it? Guys versus girls when they staring at boobs may give a boost to male lifespans. I've heard this multiple times. I'm not sure if it's true, but it seems like it is so far. Staring at boobs may give a boost to male lifespans. I've heard this multiple times. I'm not sure if it's true, but it seems like it is so far. Staring at boobs may give a boost to male lifespans. I've heard this multiple times. I'm not sure if it's true. Anyone else hate when this happens? I just lose all motivation that I have for art. Hug players to get on the leaderboard. What the oh my god. Are we cooked? I think we might be. Is this what kids do? So they went in and they just deleted all of the bad ones after all the negative press? What about the neighborhood? What happens if you go to the neighborhood?
Oh man.
Oh man. I hug players to get on the leaderboard. What the Oh my god. Are we cooked? I think we might be. Is this what kids do? So they went in and they just deleted all of the bad ones after all the negative press? What about the neighborhood? What happens if you go to the neighborhood?
Oh man.
Oh man. I hug players to get on the leaderboard. What the Oh my god. Are we cooked? I think we might be. Is this what kids do? So they went in and they just deleted all of the bad ones after all the negative press? What about the neighborhood? What happens if you go to the neighborhood?
Oh man.
Oh man. I hug players to get on the leaderboard. What the Oh my god. Are we cooked? I think we might be. Is this what kids do? So they went in and they just deleted all of the bad ones after all the negative press? What about the neighborhood? What happens if you go to the neighborhood?
Oh man.
Oh man. I hug players to get on. Oh, speaking of something else I hate. So Volkswagen, take a look at this, has released a vehicle that gates its full horsepower behind a paid subscription. Users have to pay a monthly fee of around $20 to drive the car at top speed. Claims they want to offer drivers an even sportier driving experience if they pay extra. Instead of having to buy a new car, this cannot be allowed to continue. This is insane. This is crazy. Nobody should be supporting this. What the is going on? I don't know how this is. I spent the majority of my net worth on Path of Exile. So I had $23 in my bank account, and this was during the PoE 1 closed beta. And I basically had to pay $15 to keep playing it after the weekend to be a supporter for the game. And so I took $15 of my $23 in my bank account
This is what he came up with. Imagine a metallic Lazy Susan, the kind of rotating tables you find at Chinese restaurants. From the center, concentric circles fanned out, with Chinese characters inscribed on them. Each character on the Lazy Susan had a corresponding metal cast of the character on the opposite side, the bottom of this metallic Lazy Susan, if you will. The carriage holding the paper was placed underneath the Lazy Susan. To type with the device, you use your left hand to search for the character and use a long, thin pointer to select it. Then, with your right hand, you place the paper tray beneath the character, and a small hammer forces the paper to meet the metal cast on the other side. Operating this device was a painstaking process. First, each character had to be inked individually right before using them. Second, the entire device had to be reset to its original location after using one character. And third, uncommon characters were located very far from the operator, meaning you had to use your entire body to reach some of them. As impressive as this device was, it didn't become a standard for Chinese typewriting. Again, Sheffield created this device because he didn't want to rely on a Chinese scribe, and this would have definitely solved his problems. However, the point of a typewriter is that it revolutionized writing. It had to be small, it had to be fast, and it had to be efficient. As an engineering student, you wanted to create something that would be truly revolutionary for Chinese typewriting, to bring China to the 20th century. Instead of creating a rotating Lazy Susan where you had to visually spot each character and rotate to it, you decide to place all the characters on an XY axis, with each character having its own coordinate. This would make for easier lookup. You think back on the elegant Remington typewriters that connected 26 letter keys to 26 letter slugs. Obviously, you couldn't make 5,000 of these individual letter slugs, but you start thinking, why are posters rolled up when they're being carried? Because it significantly decreases the surface area. You can fit a lot more things in a smaller space. You decide that the same principle can be applied to your Chinese typewriter. You decide to affix the character cast to the curved surface of a cylinder. By using this method, you end up fitting 1,500 characters on the cylinder. But 1,500 characters are not enough for Chinese, so you decide to 4x the cylinders. This way, you have 4,000 Chinese characters. Now, each character on the viewable type bed is connected to one character cast on one of the 4 rotatable cylinders. When you find the character you want, you press a lever on the type bed, and the cylinders rotate to the correct position, and the corresponding character cast would make an imprint on paper. Congratulations! You have now become the first Chinese person to create a Chinese typewriter. You also have a name. I didn't mention it earlier, but the protagonist of the story is a real person, and that person's name is Zhou Houkun. In 1916, Zhou Houkun was a 27-year-old engineering student from Wuxi, a city near Shanghai. He was one of the first Chinese nationals to study abroad in the US. An engineer of
In many prisons, inmates barely get enough to survive, while others eat like kings. Today I'm trying prison food from around the world to show you exactly what some inmates go through, starting with something that isn't just food, it's money. Inside US prisons, ramen is one of the most traded items. Inmates use it to pay for haircuts, laundry, even protection. Inmates make it by adding hot water, seasoning packets, and whatever extras they can find. Canned tuna, beans, or even crushed chips. Am I doing this right? But earning enough to actually buy this ramen isn't easy. Prison labor laws mean inmates can make as little as 12 cents an hour. At that wage, a single pack of ramen would take over 10 hours of work to purchase. Well, let's try it out. Salty, comforting, a little mushy, but honestly, I get it. It's cheap, it's filling, and if you had nothing else, this would be a lifesaver. But not all prisons treat food this way. In some places, meals are actually part of the rehabilitation process. Because here, inmates aren't just eating decent meals, they're the ones cooking them. Yum, what is this? Looks like plantains. And ceviche? Oh, this is it. In Cartagena, Colombia, there's a women's prison with an actual restaurant inside. It's called Interno, and it's open to the public. The goal is to teach inmates high-end cooking skills, giving them a better shot at life after release. And in many cases, it actually works. Let's try this out, the ceviche. Fresh, citrusy, absolutely delicious. Look at these plantains. It's hard to believe meals like this are made in a prison, but honestly, if it helps people rebuild their lives, I'm all for it. Some of the women who trained here have gone on to work in Cartagena's top restaurants. Others have started their own food businesses after release. For them, this isn't just about cooking. It's about getting a second chance. This is what I'm talking about. I got a pie. In Australia, most meals on weekdays are frozen, pre-packaged, and sent to every prison before being reheated. But on weekends, that's when things actually get interesting. Instead of frozen meals, inmates get fresh hot food, like meat pies. Smells pretty good, like a buttery crust. All right, let's cut this thing open. Ooh, this looks like we got some brown gravy in there. Got some meat. Looks pretty good, smells good. This wouldn't look out of place in a bakery. Savory, buttery, comforting. If I didn't know any better, I think someone grabbed this from a cafe, not a prison kitchen. This is probably the best thing so far. All right, now this actually looks like a real meal. We've got dill soup, beef goulash, potatoes, salad, and even a mystery dessert. This meal comes from Nowy Wiesnich Prison, one of Poland's oldest and largest facilities. Unlike many prisons that just focus on punishment, Poland actually prioritizes rehabilitation. Inmates here get structured activities, outdoor time, and more balanced meals. And this got me thinking, staying consistent with fitness isn't just hard in prison, it's hard for anyone. Whether you're balancing work, school, or life, it's easy to fall off track. That's why I use Trainwell and have partnered with them. Can really taste that kick of dill. And the goulash, tender, rich. This actually tastes homemade. Most fitness apps just give you a generic workout plan. Trainwell does it different. First, you take a quick quiz about your goals, schedule, and any injuries. It makes sense why Poland focuses on proper nutrition. These potatoes are good. A strong body helps build a strong mind. Based on your answers, Trainwell matches you with a dedicated trainer who you can book a call with and meet. After getting to know you and your goals, the trainer will create a personalized workout plan tailored specifically for you. All right. Refreshing, bit of vinegar kick. Honestly, this focus on daily exercise really resonates with me. In the past, I used to struggle with staying motivated every day, which often led me to skip workouts. And it's not just me. Poland actually integrates exercise into their rehabilitation system. By law, inmates here get at least an hour of outdoor activity every day. But now if my trainer notices I missed a day or didn't hit my target weights, they'll check in and remind me that off days are completely normal. Even better, when things get too tough or start to feel boring, my trainer adjusts and improves my routine, ensuring I continue to enjoy my workouts while making progress. Okay, wait, what is this? All that accountability and support makes staying consistent with your exercises incredibly easy. That was such a good workout. It's more than just an app. Trainwell keeps you on track with a personalized plan and real accountability for real results. Take the quiz to find your perfect trainer and get 14 days of free training here. Go.trainwell.net/lawbymike. Fruit compote. Just fruit mixed with sugary syrup. It's pretty sweet, but kind of delicious. Next, we're trying food from one of the most dangerous prisons in the world. It's in Russia, and it's called the Black Dolphin, home to some of the most dangerous criminals in the country. And when it comes to food, let's just say it's not exactly fine dining. This doesn't even look like food. Watery soup, a small chunk of bread, and kasha, boiled buckwheat. Sometimes there's a piece of fish or meat, but it's usually just gristle and bones. And there's no sitting down at a cafeteria table either. Prisoners at Black Dolphin eat alone, inside their cells, under constant surveillance. Guards pass food through a small slot. No trays, no utensils. They have to eat with their hands. And the reason? Security. This prison houses over 700 of Russia's most violent criminals. The risk of an incident in a cafeteria? Way too high. And if you think that's bad, it gets worse. Inmates are kept on a strict 1,500 calorie diet, just enough to stay alive. Their exercise? Done in tiny cages. Leaving the cell? Only in blindfolds. And once you're in Black Dolphin, you never leave. All right, here goes nothing. Oh, hard, crusty bread, soupy, gross water. Yeah. No, I'm not having this. Black Dolphin's food is pretty harsh, but in other places, meals haven't changed for over 1,000 years. What is this? I mean, at least it's got some green and red colors in there. This is full madames, a classic Egyptian dish that dates back to the time of the pharaohs, over 1,000 years ago. Today, it's Egypt's national breakfast, made with stewed fava beans, olive oil, garlic, cumin, and lemon juice. In Egyptian prisons, inmates might get a basic version of this with stale bread. Oh yeah, that's rock hard. Hard, flavorless, and for many, this is the only meal they get. every single day. Now let's hard, flavorless, and for many, this is the only meal they get every single day. Now let's give the full Madamas a try. Earthy, filling, a bit tangy, actually pretty good. But here's the thing, there's almost no variety. For many inmates, this is all they get day after day. Egyptian prisons are notorious for food shortages and overcrowding. For many, the only way to get enough to eat is through family visits. If no one brings food, you starve. What the heck? Looks like we got bread here and molasses. This is very basic. I don't know how you could call this a meal. For over 200 years, this was breakfast in Bangladeshi prisons. Just a piece of dry bread with molasses. A meal that dates back to British colonial rule. And for centuries, it stayed the same. All right, let's try this out. Ugh. This is the stalest bread ever. All right. Whoa, look how messy this is. All right, we got the molasses here. It tastes good, but I don't know about eating this as my entire meal. More like a snack you'd eat if you had no other choice. A few years ago, Bangladesh finally made a change. Instead of bread and molasses, they introduced khichdi, rice, lentils, and spices. Ah, that's more like it. Warm, slightly spiced, actually satisfying. This change was actually a big deal. It was part of a prison reform movement where Bangladesh started recognizing that starving prisoners wasn't just inhumane, it actually made rehabilitation harder. But while Bangladesh made small improvements, some prisons take food quality to a whole other level. What is this? This looks like one of the best dishes by far. I mean, it's all fancy looking. This meal comes from Bastøy prison, often called the world's nicest prison. It's in Norway, and inmates here live in cottages, have access to a beach, and even get to fish and farm. Norway takes a radically different approach to incarceration. Instead of focusing on punishment, they focus on rehabilitation. And guess what? It works. Norway has one of the lowest reoffending rates in the world. All right, let's see what this tastes like. Yeah, it tastes pretty good. Mild, creamy, not overpowering. I'd honestly eat this every day if someone cooked it for me. But that's not all. In some Norwegian prisons, I'd honestly eat this every day if someone cooked it for me. But that's not all. In some Norwegian prisons, inmates even lowest reoffending rates in the world. All right, let's see. But incarceration. And even, I mean, it's all fancy looking. This meal comes from Bastøy prison. It actually made rehabilitation harder. But while Bangladesh made small improvements, some prisons take food quality to a whole other level. What is this? This looks like one of the best dishes by far. I mean, it's all fancy looking. This meal comes from Bastøy prison, often called the world's nicest prison. It's in Norway, and inmates here live in cottages, have access to a beach, and even get to fish and farm. Norway takes a radically different approach to incarceration. Instead of focusing on punishment, they focus on rehabilitation. And guess what? It works. Norway has one of the lowest reoffending rates in the world. All right, let's see what this tastes like. Yeah, it tastes pretty good. Mild, creamy, not overpowering. I'd honestly eat this every day if someone cooked it for me. But that's not all. In some Norwegian prisons, inmates even get dessert. Ice cream on special occasions. All right, I'm down for this one. Okay, I get why they don't have a high reoffending rate. Who doesn't like ice cream? All right, what do we got next? We have a standard prison meal in North Korea, 600 grams of plain corn. Well, it's cheap, easy to grow, and keeps prisoners from starving. But nutritionally, it's a disaster. I would definitely rather have the ramen over this. Look at this black kernel. Ugh. Yeah, this is so bad. And some prisoners are doing 12 plus hours of hard labor on just this. But not every prison is like this, because if I was a prisoner in this next place, I'd have to admit, I'm loving it. All right. Mickey D's. In 2017, prisoners in a short-term holding facility in Germany were eating McDonald's. Here's what happened. A food supply contract fell through, and the facility had no immediate backup plan. So instead of cooking meals, they did the next best thing. They started ordering fast food. So for a short time, German inmates were living off McDonald's. But even then, there were limits. Big Macs were too expensive, so the prisoners had to stick to cheeseburgers and hamburgers. I mean, a cheeseburger in prison? Not the worst deal. Exactly what you'd expect. Salty, processed, weirdly comforting. It's not gourmet, but honestly, if you're only locked up overnight, you're not starving. But of course, this didn't last. The German Justice Ministry shut it down pretty quickly, saying prison meals should be standardized and balanced, not whatever's on the value menu. I get it, but you have to admit, it's kind of hilarious that for a little while, prison food in Germany was basically the same as a road trip meal. As you can see, some prisons give their inmates treats and variety, unlike this next country. Ethiopia's most famous dish is injera, this tangy, spongy bread served with a variety of stews. It's eaten every day by millions of people. But in Ethiopian prisons, you're not getting variety. Instead, you get 1 or 2 scoops of plain lentil stew. If food runs low, inmates might just get plain injera with no stew at all. I'd much rather have that other one. This looks way worse. Yeah, I don't even want to say it. It looks bad. All right, let's try this out. This is the injera. Not bad, actually. It's kind of like bread consistency, little tangy. Let's try a little bit of the stew. This looks like lentils. Yeah, can you bring back that other version? Ooh, this looks way better. A little bit of this on there. Oh man, once you try this, then you realize how bad the other one is. No, give that back. So there you have it, 11 very different prison meals from around the world. From ramen as currency to literal McDonald's to gourmet dining in Colombia. Don't forget to check out Trainwell, and if you enjoyed this video, click here to watch more.
So he forwarded us the email. Now in the email, the company is offering that if you have bad reviews on your business, they will get you factory/pub. You head out to this lovely on maps business. Site is called No Visit Necessary Month. A secret business. Now, when you see does not location, you see back and come by car. Oh my God, AI is getting so bad. Of course, everything has to be positive. So when I clicked no car, the AI wrote a review where I say I will come on a bike. But legit, I'm the honest guy, I do not have this problem, but I did call the number and schedule the call.
Já jsem dostal od kolegy kontakt, že se můžu ozvat kvůli recenzím.
Jak bych vám mohla pomoci?
Jak dosáhnu těch 5 hvězd?
No, tak vlastně oni k vám jako přijít osobně vyloženě nemusí.
I guess you've heard of fake reviews. We've talked about it many times. That's when you pay a couple dollars and some bot or some person in India will write a positive review on some business, and Google or whatever website will do their best to delete it. It takes time, but eventually they figure it out. Well, the people managing those are aware of it, so they got to be a step ahead, and that's exactly what this business is offering. And they didn't offer it to us. What I was reading in the beginning was an email that actually arrived to one of our viewers who is a business owner, so he forwarded us the email. Now in the email, the company is offering that if you have bad reviews on your business, they will get you good reviews. Funny enough, our viewer runs a business that, believe it or not, we actually visited on one of our previous episodes, and the business is great. It's a glass factory/pub that we had a great time in, and most of the reviews on his maps are great. Yet he was still offered this, let me call it shady business. How does it work? You head out to this lovely looking website, let me not call it lovely, but legit business looking website, where you select a package. You subscribe to a monthly fee of, let's say, 200 euros, where you will get 50 plus reviews on your business on maps from real users. No fake, no bullshit. Now, where do they get these reviews? They can't have an army of thousands of people that they will send to the business. They will experience what the business is like, and if it's good, then they will leave a 5-star review. No, 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 no. They have another website where they draft people to write reviews. Let me flip to the next tab on my browser. And this website is called iWriteReviews.com, or in this case, recenzuju.cz. Make money by writing reviews to businesses in your neighborhood. No visit necessary. Now, how exactly this system works, it's explained in a couple steps here. It's simple. You just write reviews. Anyone can do it. 3 minutes a day, you can make more than 100 euros a month, and you just register.